And we have a motion that the Council of the Municipality of Brockton accept the agenda for the special council meeting as presented. Let me see if I can. Somebody like to make that motion? Made by Dean, seconded by James. All those in favor? Thank you. That motion carries. And just waiting for my motions to print off here because I lost the screen. So the second motion I have is that the Council of the Municipality of Brockton hereby receives report number CLK 2021-19. Is that the intended second motion? You're on mute, Fiona.
Okay, great. The intention was that we have brought back the discussion on the compulsory joint police services board because we do need to move forward with the proposal by the end of June, and this would really be our last opportunity to consider that. At the meeting on Tuesday evening, there were some questions that we were hoping to provide some answers to, and I think I'm in a position to provide at least some guidance from that perspective. So we have reached out to the Solicitor General's office. And I should say we've also reached out to MPP Lisa Thompson's office as well to see if they may be able to facilitate getting us a clear answer to the exemption as soon as possible, regardless of what decision we make. However, what the guidance we received from the Solicitor General was that, you know, if Brockton were to request an exemption, and that exemption wasn't granted, it doesn't mean that they would forever be opting out and never have any representation. We would always have the opportunity to go back and say, okay, we'd like to be part of the board. However, the problem is that because there are those legislated minimums, it creates sort of ratios, which means there can sometimes be they would then have to reconsider the entire proposal, and there can be a delay while they did that, if that makes some sense, while they figured out what that new proposal is going to look like with us included. And in the interim, it was made clear that these joint police service boards are going to be the police service board for the entire detachment area. And those boards are also going to have a financial component needing to be allocated to each municipality being serviced by that detachment. In other words, that may mean this joint police service board that the other adjacent municipalities have agreed to be part of could be making decisions that would impact Brockton and having Brockton pay for it without us necessarily having someone at that table at that time. That's kind of the worst case scenario if we didn't have an exemption granted and we hadn't yet been part of the proposal. So it's not that there would be no civilian oversight of, you know, the police servicing in Brockton. It's that that civilian oversight would be this new board, which unless we become part of that proposal, doesn't include that Brockton voice. And I think, to me, the real wasted opportunity could potentially be that if we were part of the proposal from the beginning, then we would be part of the decision-making in which community member became part of the board and also potentially the provincial appointees. So if Brockton were to join the proposal down the road, then that board might already have chosen its community member, and that community member might not be part of Brockton. And at least if we were there from the beginning, we'd have some ability to, you know, lobby for our, you know, qualified community members to be a part of that board as that component of representation as well. So that's the, it's not a be all end all, if you've decided you don't want to be part of the proposal and you didn't get an exemption, so you never have an option again. It's not that kind of a situation, but there are some potential drawbacks to waiting down the road. So there's also, some benefit in that if the exemption is granted, then we would have that more oversight than we might if we were part of a proposal. But those are some of the pros and cons in both sides of that position. But I just did want to make clear that, it's not like you can't join later, but if you do, there might be some delay. And in the interim, decisions oversight is going to happen by that board, and some costs are going to be allocated to Brockton. So I hope that makes the situation a little bit more clear for council when making this decision, which I know is a very difficult decision to make when things are still a little bit up in the air.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. So Mayor Peabody has his hand up. Do you have audio at this point?
I don't have it on my computer, but I have it on my phone here. So thank you, Deputy Mayor, for stepping in. Very sorry, I've never experienced a glitch like that. I know mayors at the county always have these problems, but I just can't get my computer sound going. But that's okay. So I'll ask you to chair the meeting, and thank you for helping. Yes, Fiona, excellent research, and that helps me make up my mind. I do think we do need to be in on the ground floor on setting up the joint board. I think we do need to make sure that we have somebody, a provincial rep from Brockton, a community rep from Brockton, and the appropriate ratio. We know Concardant's pushing hard for their ratios. We need to stand up. If we came in at a later date, we might just end up with one seat out of 10 or 15. So I will be voting for the option to go with the joint board. I know it's difficult. We've made our point to the government that we're not happy with it, but to vote against it, just to make a point, would leave us out of a joint board in a full representation going down the road.
Yeah. So Mayor Peabody, you would like me to continue to chair the meeting?
Oh, yeah, yes, please, because I can't, on my phone here, I can't see everybody, so it's pretty hard to
Okay.
see people, and then I'll try to log in again in a moment on the computer.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you, Dan.
Prior to continuing discussion on this issue, should we pass the motion or vote on a motion to bring this bring this issue forward? So that we take it
yes,
from the
that would be a
table?
great idea. Sorry, yeah, perhaps if there's a motion to take that motion from the table, so I can definitely come up with something there if we miss that step in the motions. But I think that would be wise if, again, just reminding council that this will likely be our last opportunity to discuss it in a formal council meeting before that proposal is due. So if there was support for a motion to take it from the table.
Okay, so I have two hands up, Kim and then James, but we probably should bring this from the table, bring it back to the table prior to further discussion. So we have a motion that the Council of the Municipality of Brockton approves taking the motion dealing with the report number CLK 2021-19 compulsory Joint Police Services Board and identified as item 7.10 on the June 22, 2021 council agenda. That was tabled at the June 22, 2021 council meeting, be taken from the table for the purposes of a vote. Somebody make that motion, please. Kim, and then seconded by James. All those in favor? Thank you. That motion carries. So, okay, the item is now on the table. And Councillor Hutchin.
Thank you. I still support option one. As I said the other night, the government usually gets their way. But I would also suggest that if we want to have more input, we should possibly consider going with our own police service under a different municipality police service. Then we'd have more control again.
Thank you. James?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I did ask for this to be tabled for that very information that Fiona brought forward. So thank you for that. I concur with the mayor. I don't want any delay in this. We do need to have our seat at the table, and I support number 1.
Further discussion? Councillor Elphick.
You, Deputy Mayor Gierzak, and for the reasons that the mayor outlined as well, I'm supportive of option 1. At our meeting earlier this week, that we heard that the application form does allow us to submit a 2-tiered sort of submission, and I'm wondering if council would still then be submitting to have our own standalone board, but in the default that we would join the larger board. Is that the position that we're taking, or is the position we are taking that we will just simply disregard that earlier application and proceed with submitting to the joint board? Just some clarification there, please.
Fiona, can you perhaps add some clarification?
I think there is still an opportunity to put on our form that we'd like to be a standalone board, but that we would agree to that proposal if that request wasn't granted. And I think it would be appropriate, because I would hate to have put a letter to the Solicitor General, then ask for some follow-up only to say, okay, well, I guess we'll just take it, like I'd like to give the Solicitor General's office an opportunity to really think about that and give a response. And so I think preparing the form in that manner would be consistent with what we've already communicated. But at least it gives them that assurance that if that request isn't granted, then we would be happy to be part of the proposal that's been agreed to by the other municipalities.
And is that the current motion that's before us then, to submit as you just mentioned, Fiona?
I think I've just got submitted joint proposal, but we can't amend that motion to say a joint proposal pending a decision from the Solicitor General about the exemption, to be more clear.
Okay, so I'll read that motion, that the Council of the Municipality of Brockton hereby receives report number CLK 2021-19 Compulsory Joint Police Services Board, prepared by Sarah Johnson, Junior Deputy Clerk, and Fiona Hamilton, Clerk, and in doing so approves proceeding to submit a joint proposal under the Community Safety and Policing Act 2019 with the South Bruce OPP Police Services Board prior to the June 2021 month-end extension deadline. So that's the one we would consider amending?
Yes, and I think we could simply add at the end, pending a decision from the Solicitor General about the exemption request.
About the, what were the final words on that?
I think I said pending a decision from the Solicitor General about the request for an exemption. Probably be better grammar than the first time I said it. So.
Okay, and Councillor Lifeso.
Just a quick question. How does that affect our negotiations with the other members of the task force or the joint proposal? Because I mean, they're sitting there going, we're submitting submissions saying that we want this, this, and this. But at the same time, we're saying, oh, but incidentally, if in a month we get a good answer, we're out of here. I mean, if I'm the other people around that table, I'm saying they're going, make up your mind, you're in or you're out. We're not going to go through this exercise and then have you suddenly saying in 3 weeks, we're out of here. Like I think any submissions we make, they would be taking with a grain of, I'm going to say a grain of salt, but if I was sitting there, I'd be saying, no, you're either in or you're out.
I definitely can see that it would be, it would make it more difficult for those initial meetings. If we found that we were, our exemption wasn't granted and we were part of that proposal, and we were then trying to, make decisions about who's going to be the chair and the secretary for the next period of time, that could make it a little bit more difficult. But I suspect that the one factor that is to our advantage is simply the numbers, because it makes the most sense to end up with 5 seats to make the 20% and the 20% work. It means that, you know, for those other municipalities, if we were out and we had an exemption, you know, they'd probably be able to fill that 1 extra seat relatively easily, either by saying, okay, we can, you know, maybe this municipality has a larger population, or by saying, okay, well, we'll just rotate that seat, you know, every council term. I don't think, because of the way the ratios work, I don't think it's that, you know, suddenly they're going to be left with a whole new proposal where they're saying, okay, well, now we're going to need 15 seats, or, you know what I mean? I mean, really, we're talking, because of the way the ratios are, maybe 1 extra seat that's left to, you know, have to tackle. So fair point. We could definitely, you know, I'm certainly at the direction of council. I can prepare the proposal and say, submit the form to the ministry that says we'd still like the exemption, but if not, you know, we're willing to support the proposal that has been put forward by the rest. Or I can simply say the decision has been made and we will move forward with the proposal, and we're, you know, we're happy to be a part of it from the ground up.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Elphick.
Thank you, and through you, Deputy Mayor. We heard at the last Police Services Board meeting that the regulations still have yet to be drafted, and that the act will not be proclaimed until that is completed, which was anticipated to be in winter of 2022. I mention this because it would seem that there is still some considerable lead time from the time in which we would need to finalize the composition of any joint board to the time that the legislation will actually be proclaimed and enacted. So despite council's decision today, and if council's decision is to continue with the exemption and the fallback position be the joint board, that there still seems to be lots of runway to have that conversation with those adjacent municipalities and to actually receive a formal response from the province in relation to our exemption. Because again, it seems like it won't be until early 2022 before the act is proclaimed.
Thanks for that feedback, Councillor Elphick. Very good folks on that timing, I think. So further questions, comments? Seeing none, I'll read the amended motion that the Council of the Municipality of Brockton hereby receives report number CLK 2021-19 Compulsory Joint Police Services Board prepared by Sarah Johnson and Fiona Hamilton, and in doing so approves proceeding to submit a joint proposal under the Community Safety and Policing Act 2019 with the South Bruce OPP Police Services Board prior to the June 2021 month-end extension deadline, pending a decision from the Solicitor General about the request for an exemption. Would somebody like to make that motion or further comment? Councillor Lifeso.
Yeah, I'm not sure the wording. First of all, I would be voting against the motion because I think we either are in or we're out. I think we should be in, but the addendum is saying, the way I read the addendum or interpret the addendum is we're saying, yes, we're going to go ahead, but only until, I mean, pending says we're waiting to hear from the Solicitor General before we move any further. So my issue becomes with the pending. Well, my issue is with the whole idea of either do or we don't. But looking at the wording itself, that implies that we don't take any further steps until we hear from the Solicitor General, which I don't think.
Like we could certainly rephrase that. You know, we can rephrase it to make it clear that, you know, in the event that a exemption is not granted from the Solicitor General's office or something like that. But, you know, I think there's only a point in doing some wordsmithing if we have agreed that we're going to amend the motion in the first place. So do we want to kind of back up and maybe have a vote on whether we should amend the motion or whether we want to just, you know, because I think it's clear that the intent of the amendment to the motion is we're still going to request our exemption, and if we don't get it, we'll agree to this proposal. Or are we just going to say we are going to agree to the proposal?
So Fiona, is another alternative that we vote on the motion as it was originally stated with the direction given to staff that the letter that goes out with that provides that direction that we still stick to the first decision.
I don't think that would necessarily be sufficient because I'm not submitting the proposal just with a letter. There is an actual form that needs to be completed. And so it's a section on the form that basically says, you know, are any exemptions being requested and why? So I'd have to, it is sort of inherently built right into the proposal form itself.
Okay, so we're still looking at an amended motion if we would like to amend that motion.
Yeah.
Is there any suggestions for amendment to the motion? Councillor Elphick.
Deputy Mayor, if I could just suggest instead of using the word pending, we just say notwithstanding our submission for the exemption, so that we would continue to proceed with the submission for the joint board, notwithstanding the fact that we are seeking concurrently an exemption. But I agree with Councillor Lifeso to say pending, it would suggest that we were going to hold off on doing anything until we receive further direction, where I think the intention is that we can work concurrently. So notwithstanding our request for an exemption.
Could we, a slight change in those words, notwithstanding continuing to seek an exemption? Is there a motion to amend this motion? Somebody would like to make that motion to amend?
I certainly move it.
Okay.
I don't know if it has a seconder though.
Would anyone else like to second that? Councillor, sorry, Mayor Peabody, would you like to second the motion or provide further feedback? Okay, second the motion. So that motion is seconded by Mayor Peabody. All those in favor of amending the motion? So we have 3 votes for, those against amending the motion, 2 against, so that that motion to amend wins or is approved. So the now again, that was a motion to amend. The suggested wording was again the existing motion, notwithstanding continuing to seek an exemption. Any further discussion about the amended motion?
We do know the Premier likes notwithstanding, so that's a good one.
Yeah, that's a real good one. Put that in bold letters. Okay, I think I've read the motion a number of times now. Somebody like to make a motion to approve this motion made by Mayor Peabody, seconded by Councillor Elphick. All those in favor of the motion? And those opposed? Thank you, the motion carries. And that's, I hope, clearer than mud, Fiona? Okay.
I can certainly move forward with that. Thank you very much, Council.
And it is the next motion to recess.
If I may, before you call that, I was just going to advise that that I will need to step away for a period of this meeting. So I'm going to be online, but I will not be physically present. So just wanted to flag that if anyone's calling upon me, that I won't be actually physically there. But I do hope to return at some point later this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Elphick. Was it the intention to recess at this time, Fiona?
No, thank you, Deputy Mayor Gierzak. We had prepared those motions so that there was the option when we had reached a natural break point. But I suspect that given the agenda, perhaps now would be an opportunity to move on to section 4 delegations. And we do have Mr. Weingart here to lead us through our strategic planning session. And perhaps it would be an appropriate time to send things over to Mr. Weingart.
Okay, thank you. Item 4 on the agenda, Mr. Weingart. Thank you for joining us. Always a pleasure to have you with us and experience some of our day-to-day decision making. So Please continue.
First of all, I recognize that it's been a busy week. It's even been a busy morning, and here we go trying to switch gears. Code switch, as my daughter always says. And I do actually, Deputy Mayor Gierzak, I quite enjoyed it. It takes me back about 20 years to the time when I was steeped in similar discussions. So, and progress has obviously been made. So that's a good thing. So sure, okay. We do have a busy day. We'll get as far as we can in what's sort of getting to more or less a closing time for this process, which has been going on a while. We've done the surveys of the public, and we've had a number of very fruitful meetings to get some feedback on a preliminary list of potential actions we sent out. And now, as I think one of the council members said earlier, on top of all of that, we have the experience and judgment of the elected representatives, and so that's kind of where we're at now before we polish this thing off. We're hoping to make the best use of your time today through the techno wizardry of Callie and others, starting off with a polling. I mean, there's a lot of potential actions in the revised preliminary list that you got only a couple of days ago. So I know that's one more call upon your time. But there are bound to be some things in there which don't need a whole lot of discussion. They may not need a whole lot of discussion because there's some consensus to say, yeah, this is good. This is what we want to say, and yeah, we need to have that in our action plan for the next 5 years. There may be consensus because you're saying, no, that's not where we want to go at all. We want that over there. I can't see us adopting that in our action plan for the next 5 years. So we don't need to spend time talking about either of those two things. The way Callie and I have this laid out, there's 5 gradations, if you like. So definitely must have is one. And then next to that, there's, this should be in there, but there's maybe some tweaking to go on before we actually finish this. We're at a semi-final stage now. So before we finalize it, there's some tweaking to go on. But we don't necessarily have to spend a lot of time talking about it today. And so we've allocated maybe half an hour, but it could be less for those items where you're saying, yep, we want it in the plan, but maybe not exactly as is. Then there's the category of saying, there's an idea in there that we like, but man, this needs a lot more discussion before we can really sort of say, okay, Weingard, go ahead and draft this for us in semi-final form. We need some discussion about that. And so we've once there's those items that after the polling that you'll do after I finish talking, there'll be things that we'll spend about an hour and a half talking about, probably this afternoon, in fact. And then there'll be a few that you're not rejecting outright, but you're saying, I don't want to reject this outright, but sure, let's talk some more. I can see that's worthwhile. And we'll spend some time near the end of the day talking about as many of those as we find time to talk about. So that's the sort of the rough agenda that we have, and the format that we hope will make best use of the time that we do have to actually discuss, face to face, as it were. Can I share my screen here? Callie, Sarah, can I share my screen?
Yes, you should be able to share it.
Okay, good. Okay, so there it is. That's what I wanted to share anyway. Okay, good. So we've talked about agenda. This is what we're trying to do. As I say, we're getting now down to the point of what I would like to be able to leave today with, and I know the time's limited, so we'll just do the best we can, is with the material I need to say, okay, on your behalf, I'm going to go away now over the next week or two, draft the semi-final version of this action plan that the council is committed to for the next 5 years. And before we finish the day, we'll talk about the next steps after that. So as I say, it's semi-final, not final, but something that we have some hope is getting pretty close to what you feel is should be the plan of attack. Okay. All right. I've talked about that, I think, already. There may be some more discussion needed about this, and I may need to have Callie's help to explain the techno wizardry that's going into it. Okay, so next one, please. So these are, I just talked about, so these are the headings. We're going to ask you, to run through. It's an individual endeavor which will be able to show the total, if you like, of, I guess, six opinions for each of the actions. So it's going to take a while. I think we're probably going to talk about 3/4 of an hour or so to allow to do that, which will, in some respects, constitute a break because we will be talking while you're doing that. And I did want to talk a bit about sort of when we get to discussing what we want to have in there, and as you're thinking about your thoughts about all the long lists that we have, I see this as being kind of striking a balance between two axes, if you like. One is, how effective would the specific action that's before you be in achieving the somewhat broader goal? So a vibrant culture, or commercial development, or forward-looking government, or and there's a number of those, I'll call them subheadings, in the document that you're reading, and that's what we're trying to achieve. So how effective would the specific action that's listed be in getting there? And then there's the issue of feasibility. There's lots of things you might like to do, but it's just not going to be feasible, and so therefore that needs to be taken into account. And or the effort, the time and money that goes into it would not be worth the game, as my mother used to say, would not be worth the candle. And so the things that you probably want to focus on are those things in that blue arc on this slide that says, yeah, you know what, we think we can get something done here, and it's worth doing. It's worth doing. And there are some things, yes, you say, this is just so important that we make some steps in this direction, that even though it's not going to be easy, we still won't need to have it on our action list. There'll be some things you say, I'm not sure that it's, it's earth shattering, but we can sure get it done. So quick wins are a good thing too. So we'll put that on the action list. Ideally, most of the things are in that blue arc. Okay, could I get the next? Yeah, thanks. I won't belabor this. Some criteria that you might use, you've seen the slides already, for saying, yeah, this is an important thing to do. It ought to be on our list. Obviously, the obvious one is because people think it's effective. It gets you where you want to go. It has good support from the community, or reflects a broad concern from the community. Some things are mandatory. You don't have a choice. You just spent a while talking about one of those today. And avoiding liability or opportunity to get a return on investment. You could, if you put some money in now, it pays you back later. And health and safety, I don't need to belabor those anymore. Reasons for thinking that, yeah, that maybe should be on the list. And then by the same token, some criteria for feasibility. The next slide, please. Yeah, thanks. Cost, obviously a big one. Available funds. If funds are available to do something, then it's got a little more likelihood of saying, yeah, this is fairly feasible, we can get that done. By the same token, cost is not just money, it's also time, staff time, and time of council and other partners. And again, if something is already in the works or some preparatory steps have been taken, then certainly you're well along the way of being able to say we've got available not just funds, but available resources to be able to get something done. So those things might be more likely to be on your list of actions. Do you have the jurisdiction? If you don't, can you do anything about that? Advocacy kind of actions. Technical issues, may derail. Regulatory or other approvals may derail or delay. Do you have the leadership and the staff time? Big one, obviously, just to say this isn't just within the municipality, but oftentimes this is with other governments. Do you have allies and partners with other governments to get things done? And community partners. Will the Rotary Club and so on, is this something that's on their list of to-dos when you can kind of partner up and get things done go further and faster than you otherwise would be able to be. So some criteria for thinking about feasibility. We can skip this one, please, Kelly, if you may. Okay, conditions. There's a lot of things that you may say, yeah, this reflects something we want to do, but we really need to say to the public and to staff and to yourselves, we want to do this, but we can only do it if something, provincial grant would be a good example. We can, if that kind of thing happens. Or we can't do it if something else happens. I mean, we don't have to say pandemic anymore, but obviously pandemic derails a lot of stuff. We know that now. Staff turnover is another one. Grants not being available, which you thought would be available. Not having the partners among other governments or community partners that you thought you would have. So, you know, it's perfectly legitimate to say, yeah, this is an action that we want to take. It's clear and specific, but attached to it a little rider, which says, you know, provided that or unless something. Next one, please. Yeah. And we'll be talking as we go through about timing, about timing. So I'm proposing to you 3 time periods that we would be thinking of. And, you know, 2021, 2022 is, you know, for all practical purposes, immediate. 2023, 24 is kind of a little more sort of medium term sort of thing. And then 2025 or beyond, I'll call that longer term. And so timing would be effective by what people are expecting to do, how important something is. Obviously, if something's really important, you're going to say, well, let's get at it. And it's time to move. If there's work underway or some preparations ongoing, including sort of financial preparations, then that would be another way. You'd say, okay, well, that can we move that a little further along in our list of timing. Statutory sequence, official plan, things relate to official for planning, for example, have kind of a statutory sequence, and you're not going to get to zoning before you do official plan and all that stuff that you know. A logical sequence is the same sort of thing. You need to do environmental assessment or something before you can get to the actual construction, or you need to do the road work after you do the undergrounds. That's sort of logical sequence. And then, as I say, potential partners. So if provincial government is obviously, as we've just finished talking, is an example of that. If they have a priority, then you know that may accelerate your priority for something that you either did or didn't want to do, either way. But and that could be also be true of the Rotary Club and you know neighboring municipalities, etc. So the timing is important. These are some of the factors that are going to affect how you think about timing, because we will want to talk about the timing before we finish the day. Okay, next one, please. All of these are ways to talk about priorities. So when you're thinking about, as you read down the list of actions, and when we finalize them, won't be today, but sort of after you've seen a semi-final draft in the next couple of weeks, these are ways that you would kind of reflect to say, if something has no conditions, it's kind of like buying a house, right, Councillor? So if you really want to get it done, you don't put any conditions on. You just got to say, okay, we're gonna get it done. And then on the other hand, if there are things you say, you know, we'd like to have this on the list, but you know, only on condition or unless something else happens. And then the next one, please, Kelly, which is the verbs. So we may not have enough time today to spend as much time as I ordinarily would talking about what verbs you use, but this is important to say, what is it you're saying to the public, to each other, and to staff you're going to do within that 5-year period, or within each of the immediate, the medium term, and the long term. Some things you can control directly, bylaws, budget, and so on. You can build something, you can establish, you can convene a meeting, you can regulate something from happening or not happening. And some things are more, I'll call preparatory, or there's a sequence to them. So, you know, you can study something, and I'll talk about that in a minute. You plan something, you're taking preparatory steps. Some things, your verb you use would be a verb which says you don't control it directly, but you want it done. It wants to be early on and important on your list. You're going to advocate for something. You're going to look for partners to do something. You're going to look, going to set aside money to do something. So, not exactly something that you can do directly, but you need somebody else to get it done, but you're going to work on them to get there. And then other things you say, well, we want to, and I guess I'm hoping there won't be too many of these, but sometimes you say, we want to indicate that we're favorable to something that somebody else might want to propose. And we'll recognize, verb like recognize or monitor or welcome, to say not really something that's an initiative. So staff you don't necessarily have to get out there and convene the meeting or find out, or write the submission to government or whatever it might be. But, we're going to stay alert to things that, you might need to react to. A couple of tricky statements, and I guess I'm hoping that where necessary, we'll talk about these a little bit and maybe substitute for these. Support is one which is common. It catches a lot of things we just talked about. I just talked about, but it runs the risk of misleading, right? So if you support, well, if you're somebody who wants a new swimming pool, just take a wild example, then you say, well, okay, well, is that support? And so are you, how are you going to support something? How much are you willing to support something? Will the support mean you'll react if somebody else comes forward to something that you sort of anticipate they might come forward with? So it's a word that's got some tricks to it. Study is another one. So are you studying whether to do something? Or are you studying, we want this on the list. We know we want this on the list. Something is going to happen within the 5 years. And then we're studying how to or when to within the 5-year period, or with whom to do it. So I think that's a question when you see the word study, we probably, if possible, want to talk about exactly what are we saying there. Okay, next. In all of these things, it's always difficult to wordsmith by committee, but we're down at the point now where we really do want to be, talking fairly specifically about what commitments are entailed. And so we're looking for actions which are meaningful, they're clear, they're feasible. It's like we can get done whatever it is we said we want to get done, which may not be the whole doing of it thing. It may be, recognizing something or convening or advocating. With demonstrable results. So it's going to make a difference, and people will know, people in the community are going to say, oh, okay, well, we know that got done because look, that study was finished, or that official plan amendment took place, or that thing got built, or that program got initiated, whatever it may be. As I said, fine and wise to have, if there are conditions or prerequisites that you want to put on it, to say, let's put them in there too, and then target time. So people say, like your roads need study, right? You say, yeah, this is something that you recognize the need for, but it's not going to happen immediately because there's a whole bunch of other things that have to happen immediately, but it's in there for that kind of 5-year period somewhere. So all those are kind of things. I think when we're finished, if we have a good action plan, all of those criteria will have been met. And that's the discussion, I think, that we'll have today about a number of things where you indicate that we need to have some further discussion. All right, so I want to flip back then to the polling. I think it's maybe the third slide. Is it Callie moving the slides, or is it Sarah?
Sorry, Kelly's doing the slides.
Hi, Callie.
And I'm going to run the polls.
Okay, good. Sarah, so you're on to help me. So to harken back here, we're going to spend about 3/4 of an hour asking you each individually, members of council, to run through all of this long document, and Sarah can show you the poll to indicate kind of where you stand on those options of sort of what you think about each of them. And the point is, we won't spend more time talking about things that we don't need to spend more time talking about. Time's short today, and so this is how we're hoping that you can help set the discussion priorities for the day, and we will spend the time discussing things we need to and not discussing things we really don't need to. So, Sarah, do you want to give us some more detail?
So the way that I understand the polls is that a screen will pop up in the middle of your Zoom with the options as Callie's outlined them of what action item for each pillar, and you'll be able to vote with one of the buttons. And then at the end, we'll be able to show the results, but that won't show which council member voted for which option. It will just show, it will just show the number of, let's say 5 councillors voted for this option and 2 voted for this. And then we'll go on to the next polls. If you'd like me to start the polls, Bill, you can just let me know.
Yeah, I think that everybody, well, first of all, anybody questions, comments before we launch into this process? Because it will be about a 3/4 of an hour, valuable, I think. So we use the rest of our time most valuably, but Everybody okay?
Just a question, with the mayor's limited technology at this point, will he be able to vote on these polls?
If he can access the computer, that's my understanding, is that they'll pop up through the computer. And so really he just needs to click through the computer to vote.
Okay, super, thank you.
So it won't come up on my phone then? Or it will? I don't know.
I
Well, we'll
can't
see.
tell you a
We'll see.
straight answer. We will
We'll see.
find out.
We'll find out. I've also got
Yep.
problems with my phone. It keeps switching to driving mode. It keeps thinking I'm driving the car. I don't know
You're
why.
yeah, you're sideways.
Oh,
I
I
don't know.
don't know what's going on.
You're
Oh.
sliding sideways down the road by the sound.
Yeah, I'm not driving. Okay.
The only
All right,
other
we'll see what
option may be for if you could sign in on your computer, Mayor Peabody, and just talk on your phone, then you could probably definitely
Yeah,
do the polls.
okay.
So
All right.
why don't we
Okay.
try the first one and see what you
Yeah.
see?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Don't wait
Fiona,
for me.
you had some
Yes.
feedback as well?
I just want to make one clarification, which is that, the polls are helpful in getting a sense of where we're at in an efficient way, but they are not intended to replace a formal vote of council. So if there are any decisions that we need to have made that we want to make sure are formally minuted, then, I can construct some formal motions while we go through and have those be the official votes. But if this is kind of to get a sense, if there's general support, I think it's a helpful way to do that efficiently. But just to be clear from a sort of procedural point of view, that it doesn't replace a formal council vote. And to that end, my question is the intention only to have council members using the polls feature? And should staff refrain from being included if the polls do come up on their Zoom accounts as well?
Thank you for that, Fiona. Yes, this is council. Our senior management team has went through these actions in detail. So this is to get council's opinion on the actions and determining which ones need, further in-depth discussion.
And if I can just add on, when we get to identifying the ones that actually we will spend time talking about, then I'm expecting everybody to participate in that discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Sarah, when you come to the poll, if you can make the shared screen a little larger, that might be helpful as well. Like, okay, Bill, please continue.
Okay, so is there are you going to show a poll on the screen? Is that possible? Okay.
There should be a poll now in the middle of your screen.
Okay,
Right. And so we're working our way down each of those. And Sarah, we'll see when we finish, for example, the active community section of this, we'll see the results of all of them, or will we see it at the end after 3/4 of an hour, or
I
one
believe
each?
that as soon as everyone's finished voting, we'll
Okay.
be able to show the results of what they voted on for the quality of life active
Alright.
community.
Okay.
so at this point, we have 4 questions each of us can vote on, and when we've each voted on the 4, then we can proceed, correct? And we can begin anytime?
That's my understanding, Sarah? Yeah. I think so.
Yes, you can begin anytime.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see that someone started voting, so that's good to know it's working. From what I can tell, there's 5 members that have voted, so I just wanted to check whether we're just missing a vote or if Councillor Elphick's perhaps no longer in the meeting. From what I can tell, we'd have 6 votes then of council, so I just don't want to end the poll too early.
No, I believe Councillor Elphick indicated that even if he appeared to be logged on, he wouldn't actually be in the meeting. So I think we're safe to proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, so now you should be able to see a shared results of what everyone's voted on for the polls. Now, I don't know if this helps you, Bill, if I say that 80% have voted for must have for the recreation multiplex.
So at this point, we have most of the polling answers are either must have or should be in the plan. Both being no discussion required. So we're at 80% or better, no discussion required for all of these items. So would it be okay to move forward then without further discussion? Bill, I'm looking to you for some guidance on this. And you're on mute.
There you go. Yeah, perfect. That's exactly, this is exactly what we thought to do. And I think that you're right. I would interpret this to say, good, we don't have to spend time later today, this afternoon, talking more detail about this. And reiterate what Fiona said before. This is your thank you for the direction you're giving me to put together a semi-final version, but we're still a ways before the final, this comes to council for adoption. So, yeah.
Okay,
good.
thank you.
No, I didn't see the results for the last, so item number 3 and item number 4 under the active, was that also the 80-20?
From what
So
I can tell, it's 60% must have for both 3 and 4.
There we go.
so
Bill, I do have them marked down on my sheet.
Okay, I see them now. Yeah, thank you.
Would it be possible for the person screen sharing just to scroll down the polls just so we can see?
I can do that on my screen.
Oh, you
so-
can.
so
Yeah,
I
they're
don't know if other members
individual.
Should be
Yeah.
able to do that as well.
Well, I apologize for the question then. I assumed that if everything was being screen shared, so.
No, very good question. Apparently not everyone knew that, and I wasn't sure if others could as well. So very good question. Thank you. But so Bill.
And
just
one
to-
of those
yep.
then, it's just disappeared.
I was
So
just
one
gonna
of
say-
those which I would take that if we can find some time later this morning, the walkability plan one looks like it's got some need to discuss. Maybe might just be a tweak, but you have at least one of 5 people who's saying, hey, it's a worthwhile idea, but man, I'm a long way from thinking we've got her. Okay, so let's do that.
Okay.
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 Next set of slides.
Just a quick question on number 5. Increase availability and removal of playground equipment. Kind of confused by that one. We're putting it in and taking it out? Or is it meaning we're removal of playground equipment that's no longer in line with the current standards?
Through you, Mayor, or through you, Deputy Mayor Gierzak, I think if I recall, the discussion behind this was for all new subdivisions, really looking at the need to include playground equipment, looking at, consistent renewal and improvements of playgrounds, and added playgrounds. So
Should removal be changed to renewal?
and we can, that's part of what we can do. So if we need further discussion on this, then that is the intent. We can go and look at this wording, I would suggest.
Yeah, because it contradicts itself.
Yep.
Yeah, I would agree. It doesn't make a lot of, I just copied this from an earlier version, and probably it should be renewal or replacement is probably the word that would make more sense.
Okay, I have all 5 votes. I'm going to end the poll.
Yeah, thank you.
And share the results now.
Okay.
So not nearly the consensus in this set of questions that there was in the previous set.
No.
So, Bill?
No, there isn't quite the same consensus. So I think so far I'm down to number 2. It looks like we'll talk about pretty much all of these.
Okay, thank you. It's a
Now,
lot of discussion.
the one about the activity program in the hamlets, I'm going to put, I'm using colors here, so just so you know what I'm fooling around with. That one, we may not, if we don't get to it, it's not quite the same urgency as the others. So.
Again, which question was that?
That's the one about the activity program in the hamlets, number 4.
Number 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
It has a broader level of support than the others, so I'm just taking them in priority.
Okay, yeah, and I would, add those 2 responses. We have 100% agreement that no further discussion is needed between a 60-40 split there.
So playground equipment is another one we'll talk about. And then transportation. Okay. All right. We'll come back to all of those with the possible exception of programming and hamlets. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Sarah. We'll move on to the next 3 here.
Do we have results, Sarah?
I have 4 votes. So I think someone must just be finishing their vote.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, now I've got 5, so I'll end the poll and share the results now.
Okay. So let's talk about the physician recruitment. The long-term care beds, we can talk about that. And then we have hospice. We don't need to talk about that. Good. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Next one, please, Sam. With this one, if I may, if there's some of this that you'd like to say, absolutely, and some of it you want to talk about, we can maybe just put it in the let's talk about it category. I guess that's number 3, is it? A worthwhile idea in these discussions. And then we can, in a later version, we can possibly separate those and we'll identify, when we talk about them later in the day, what it actually is we want to separate. So that may not be a problem, but judging by the discussion you had earlier, that may be something that you do want to do. So I'm going to say that the OVP one is something that we should spend some time talking about. Fire equipment is great. I wanted to talk about that. And then scrolling down here. I want to talk about the regional training center, I think. Good. Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right. So now we're into the next set of, which is what, culture and heritage, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay. So I think we'll talk about storage of heritage archives or heritage and archives. Talk about scanning. Okay. Talk about exhibiting. Okay. We don't have to talk about historic sites, and that's good. And we'll talk about historical booklets. And we will talk about, no, we want to talk about recognizing heritage renovators, if I can put it that way. Good. Okay, thank you again.
Yeah, it doesn't look good. No.
I think I'm just missing one person's vote. So we have 4. Oh, here's our 5th one. Thanks.
Okay, so thank you for that. What I'm seeing is that we don't need to talk about supporting events in the hamlets. And we may, in fact, if we don't have time, skip over the Watershed Festival of Riverfront Festival and not need to talk about that. But the others here all look like we're going to spend some time talking about it. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay. Volunteer appreciation events. Let me talk about that. Good. We won't talk about the getting surf clubs together unless we have time. It looks like it's reasonably favorable. Okay. Demographic picture. Okay. Okay, and then one about volunteer coordinator, we certainly need to talk about that. Okay, good. Yeah, that's been useful again. Thank you.
Now we're into the planning and I believe it's environment pillar. Yes.
And just a note that in the final version of this, we may reorder some of this. So I'm looking at these couple about housing, and then later on, there's something about residential development. They may belong together. And as we think about this, we may reorder the order of these things is stolen from the 2013 plan, and that may no longer be. This is a good example where we might want to tinker with that. But for the time being, let's go with this. All right, thank you. So looks like there's pretty solid support for the first couple of things here. Okay, and I'm scrolling down. I'm seeing support for the county is sort of there. All right, and then we want to talk about the making people aware of county administered programs. So do that. Talk about the surplus lands. Do that. And we want to talk about missing here. Permitting on-farm employee housing. Okay, great. Yeah, thank you very much for that. Okay, some mixed thinking about support for green housing. Support for locating hamlets. Private partnership. Let's talk about that. Seniors housing. Talk about that. And then last one, so reviewing minimum square footage, looks like we don't need to talk about that. Great, okay, thank you again. Lots of different ideas about calling for tenders on household compost, right? Okay. And then good. Okay, we'll talk about all of those. Good. Getting to be old pros at this stuff now. Ripping right along. Okay, thank you. Back erosion study. Low impact development. Talk about both of those. Explain policies and demonstration projects. Okay, good. Yeah, so we've got 3 of those to talk about. Excellent. Okay, thank you.
So now our next pillar is the economic development.
Okay. So we can talk about the development roundtable. No argument about improving processes, nor about using the website, nor really about development coordinator. We'll talk about that one. Okay, perfect, thanks. Okay. Okay. It was interesting in the meetings that we held. There was pretty much unanimous support for the East Ridge Business Park. Nice to know you're doing something right. All right. Okay, so we'll talk about the airport. Downtown. Pre-zoning, we don't have to talk about that. Good. Talk about Saugeen Connects. And then we'll talk about a large employers roundtable. We'll talk about public washrooms. One of the joys of being a consultant for 18 years, I actually did a study one time about public washrooms in downtown areas. You never know what's going to happen to you, right? Thank you. All right. Thank you. Okay. We'll talk about number 4 and talk about number 5. Good. Okay, thanks again. Okay, we'll talk about what we provide incentives for. Talk about evaluating what's effective. Talk about okay, good. Thanks again. And I guess, Sarah, there's a couple of the missing, there's only so much room on the page, I'm guessing, is the limitation on the,
On the wording for the polls?
yeah, I think in the version that I had, there were 12. They were going to went from 1 to 12, and this goes to 1 to 10, but I suspect it's just there's not enough room on the format.
Yes, there's a part 2 after this one.
Yeah, okay, thank you. All right. So I want to talk about the tax ratio. Green improvement plan we can talk about. Seed funding we'll talk about also. Good. Talk about the events coordinator. Okay. And let's events. We can talk about radio ads, but it looks like we might not have to spend a whole lot of time on it. Come home to Brockton. Okay. Banners. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we'll talk about accelerating budgeted purchases, and it looks like we don't need to talk about the sidewalk patios and so on. Good. Okay, thanks again, Jim.
Now we're into the municipal government pillar.
Which is the last section for everybody's benefit. We're almost there.
Yeah. And I should mention here that in the version that went out to our feedback groups and so on, I think it's posted on the website, there, particularly in this item of inclusive government, and perhaps a little bit under responsive, there were a number of items which were duplicates of things which you've already talked about under economic development or culture and heritage and so on. So I've removed them from what you're seeing now. I went back and checked, they're all reflected stuff we've already talked about. Advocating for school closings. Talk about that. Okay, next one was neighbor brochure. Picnic. Nice. I'm going to say that the shop local message is pretty much unanimous here. Maybe we won't need to talk about that. And similarly with the statement recognizing diversity, I think we're on board with that one. Okay, you've been great. Thank you very much. So that leaves a few of those to talk about, and we can move on to the next one. Okay, thank you. All right, so task forces. Zoom opportunities. Terms of reference. Well, okay, we don't need to talk about that one. Evaluating committees. Good. And we want to talk about looking at alternatives to the current contract. Great. Then next one was municipal media. And that was good as well. And then, okay, good. Okay, got a few to talk about there, but a fair bit of consensus on a lot of them. Excellent. Okay. Phone response protocols. Service training. Ambassador program, we talked about that. Emphasize your achievements, no problem there. Okay, we can talk a bit about the concept of mapping a capital works. Okay, good. Thank you. We're getting there, folks. right. Online forums, it's good. Looking at other municipalities, it's good. Pre-application meetings. So it's going to be easy here. Digitally. Have time for training. Innovation Council, let's talk a bit about that. Joint purchase of offering products, problem. Countywide umbrella for IT, no problem. Okay. And then problem with purchasing of county. Good. All right. Okay. Thank you. Good. Programs, medicine treatment jointly. Okay, we can talk about that. Scrolling down the list. Updating human resources policies. I'm going to kind of say we don't need to necessarily talk about that if time is short. Okay. Policy and working remotely. Fine. Levels of responsibility is fine. Mentorship opportunities and so on is fine. Talk about statement of values as an employer. We can talk about that. And then I have acknowledging as part of performance review. And then finally, we don't need to talk about that one. Good. Okay. That's great. We have much left to deal with on that one, so we'll move on.
This is the second last poll, so you'll have this one and one last one, and then you'll be done the polls.
Thanks, Sarah.
And we'll take a well-earned 10-minute break when that happens. Okay, good. Hamlet's good. Charter study is good. Community benefits study, we'll talk about that. Phasing study, we're going to talk about that. Yes. Okay, next is long-term plan. Fine. Trans and municipalities is fine. Okay. All right, so I've got this, in this one here, we'll talk about community benefits study. We'll talk about future expansion phasing study. We'll talk about, that's it, I think, isn't it? That's it with that group. Yeah, thank you.
I believe this is your last poll now. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. And thank you, Sarah and Callie. This is represents a lot more work than it probably looks like on the screen. I know a lot of extra time went into it, so I'm grateful. All right, thank you for that. So completing the capacity study. It's good. Condition of remaining assets. Determine the plan for the arena. Plan for bridges. Following the roads needs study. Recreation master plan. Good. Okay, well, not much left to discuss there. Good. Okay, so a 20-year financial plan. Where was I with that? Okay, good. Management finances is good. special projects, budgets. Right. Sure that plans dovetail with each other. I think that's it. Tricia's ended up with lots of work there, but all, not much disagreement. Okay, so may I suggest, Deputy Mayor, that we take a 10-minute break and then come back and maybe spend half an hour tackling the first few. I don't know, Sarah or Callie, whether it's possible to identify those that we sort of almost had agreement on and see if we could polish some of them off. And if that's not possible, then we'll just start from the top again and work our way down. And let's say try half an hour and then we'll break for half an hour for lunch after. Yeah, would that be all right?
So is that agreeable to everyone? Just a show of hands or nod? Okay, so have a motion that Municipality of Brockton Council hereby recess at call it 11:40 to meet again at 11:50. Somebody like to make that motion? Made by Kim, seconded by James. All those in favor? Thank you. That motion carries. So
We don't have to sign out and sign back in, right?
no.
Just stop
no,
video and mute.
Stop video and mute. It would be
Perfect.
super. See you in 10.
Okay, thank you.
have a motion that the Council of the Municipality of Brockton hereby return to open session at 11:55. Would somebody like to make that motion? Motion made by Dean, seconded by James. All those in favor? Thank you.
Okay.
That motion carries. And so I'll turn it back over to Bill, group
Yeah.
discussion to refine the action items.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I think we'll just kind of barge into those. I have this sheet here with yellows and blues on it. So the yellows are the things we need to talk about. And Callie had said that she might be able to share their screen again so that we can all see what it is that we're what issues there are, concerns there are with. These are all ones where it wasn't unanimous either, sort of one or two. It was other other options put in. So we were all fine with the first one. We were all fine with the second one. Okay, so we were down to, pardon me, we're all down to, Kelly, you have to scroll back up to walkability plan, which is number 4 on the active community. There we go. Okay, so I think there was, if I remember correctly, there was general sense that, yeah, this was something that you wanted to have in the plan, but not completely. There's still some need for discussion. So I open it up for input on that, and I have my pen at the ready here. If there's is it a question of what some of the bullet points say, or is it wording you're looking for, or what's, anybody want to open the discussion?
Councillor Lifeso, did you have a hand up?
Yes, I actually can't remember how I voted on any of these.
That's all right. Yeah.
So I'm sort of starting from fresh, but I think this is just a general comment on pretty much all of them. In some cases where I put further discussion is required or worth discussing, the reality was what I find is almost all the ideas are good ideas, but it's a question of priorities and resources and allocating them. So in some cases, and the walking trails are a prime example, I think, in my opinion, great idea. It's something that we should be promoting, but on my list of priorities, it's not as high as some of the other priorities. And I'm not sure we have I'm not sure there's as much time and there's not enough resources, I think, to allocate. There's other things I'd rather do than that. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Other feedback, James?
Just a comment from the rec side when we discuss trails, and it is something that I think will, and maybe Mark can speak to it more too, about the master plan coming up and where our trails will connect. I mentioned council the other night, that is our long-term goal, hopefully, to connect some of our subdivisions with the developments that are happening at all 3 corners of our town, 4 corners of our town.
I'm so sorry, but through you, Deputy Mayor Gierzak, Councillor Lang, would you mind maybe speaking a little closer into your microphone? I'm having a difficult time hearing you, and I would hate to miss what you're contributing.
For sure.
Thank you.
Hoping everybody. Okay.
No.
I'm sorry, I'm still finding it difficult.
Yeah, your screen is frozen now.
Anyways, I'll add Mark.
Better?
Oh, better?
That's better, I think.
Is that better? A little glitch, sorry. You can hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay,
Go ahead.
just so I'm not cutting in and out, I'll maybe ask Mark just to speak to a little bit of the long-term plan of our trails and what our goals are on our rec side for our master plan, just so that everybody's on the same page of where the walkability plan would come from.
Thank you. Mark?
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor Gierzak, thank you. It's kind of, you look at it from 2 approaches. One is, yes, future development plans, subdivision plans. It will be great to try and incorporate connecting linkages to other parts of town, to other parks via trails. Trails are looked upon as linear parks, and they're usually number 1, top of the list in terms of parks development when you do public surveys. I think that was the case one of the cases for our considerations now. The other side of the equation is walkability, and that's more about the built standard of a particular trail and whether it's 2-season, 3-season, 4-season. The 4-season walkability of trails is the most concerning part or difficult part to achieve. And it goes back to the actual design standard of the trail. Some of our trails are wonderful, and obviously the main one is the Saugeen River Trail, which is our longest distance trail within Walkerton, other than the rail trail that the county has. But a lot of the current trail standards now have to meet accessibility, and some of our trails were built at a time prior to accessibility standards being created for trails. So anytime you have steep slopes and right abutting or adjacent to the trail surface, it speaks to railings, any slopes on the trail in terms of grade need to meet accessibility now. Building trails through parks, if you're connecting amenities, let's say you have 2 pavilions at each end of the park and you want to connect them, those trails have to meet accessibility standards now. So in an ideal world, yes, we could have all our trails available for winter use, but the liabilities around snow clearing, sanding, salting, especially on slopes and on the trail or slopes adjacent to the trail without railings is problematic and of concern, especially anything that is steep in nature. So that's something we would have to look at, how we could ultimately upgrade existing trails, which as well as expand our trail network. So
Thanks for that feedback, Mark and James. I do have a question with respect to, I guess, all of those things you mentioned, those accessibility standards. How is all of that affecting the cost of trails, and you know, how are trails perceived within, I guess, the recreation environment? Is it a low cost, high value addition, high value quality of life addition to a community, or is it, from my perception, it'd be lower cost than something that requires bricks and mortar, but there's still a lot of requirements, I suspect.
yes, certainly trails are one of the more affordable recreation assets that you can build. But typically, in terms of satisfying accessibility, hard surface trails are preferred. And if you have more and have to be maintained in an urban environment to a higher standard in terms of liability and risk. If you have parkland that's wooded and you were to have like a trail through the wooded area, those types of trails that are just ground material, wood chips, maybe some loose gravel, those trails do not have to be maintained to the higher standard in terms of risk management liability. So, you know, often you're looking at $100 plus per meter to develop trails. At you know, and that changes with the type of finished surfacing product that you do. So.
Okay. Thanks for that information. And just for the benefit of council and staff, the Saugeen Municipal Airport has initiated some discussions because there are people that use the airport grounds as a walking path, and there is a snowmobile trail as well in the wintertime. So we've taken a look at initial discussions with respect to feasibility of developing a trail around call it a 6-kilometer perimeter around the airport. And certainly some of the early stages might be smaller loops, but that might be something where, the 3 communities that support the airport and the service clubs in those communities could participate. But the $100 a meter is certainly something to scare a lot of people away. So thanks for that information. Further questions, comments?
Could I just say that, I mean, the Councilor Lysow's point about priorities is a good one, and it's, as you said, runs right through the whole issue that the whole plan we're dealing with here. And it really will take, I think, a separate, a later phase to say what has survived, and then of that, in some cases, how much or under what conditions or with what timing. As I talked before about how priorities get expressed, and so there is another stage, I think, Councilor quite rightly says, we'll need to go into some of this stuff where it's a funneling process. We're narrowing down to the point where we're saying, hey, setting priorities among things that we would like to do or that we are clearly stated. So that's the process we're doing now.
Thanks, Bill. And
okay, is there any change in what's on the page that anybody would like to recommend? Okay, let's move along here. It's not the last time that you'll have a chance to look at this, so we'll just say we'll give that a temporary, agreed of temporary. Okay, so the next one was about childcare. And could you scroll up, please, Kelly, so we can scroll down rather in front of me. Let's see the childcare thing. There we go. So this in blue was let's talk about it. I think there was quite a variety of thoughts, if I remember correctly, about this. What's the points that anyone would like to make about whether or not this remains in the plan in some form or other, or whether or in what form it remains in the plan, if that's the concern that anybody has.
so in terms of some of these early child care programs, would they all be administered by our current child care center, or is this something that Parks and Recreation would take on?
I think, if I can I think the intent here was that it's the municipal child care center that you now operate.
Okay.
Now, when we get to the early years program, that's a separate issue. But for the one that says child care center was meant, I think, the child care center.
Okay, so I guess that's where I was confused with the reference to the rec complex and the early years program. But okay, Sonia.
I was just going to clarify. Yeah, the early years program is offered by the county and has been out of the Walkerton Community Center in the past. So that's referring to that. And then the child care center item came up with the comment that the lease ended in 2026, I think it was, and we reviewed the agreement, and it doesn't expire till 2036. Obviously, our growth could potentially affect that sooner. I guess if we're looking at a 5-year action plan, the consensus through our focus groups and department head meetings was more, we need to be aware of that, but I'm not sure that this is an immediate. We have a really good partnership with the school board, and their intent is to have daycares in the or childcare in the school system. So especially the separate schools. So I feel like we're in a good position with that at this point, based on just having the expansion.
Mayor Peabody.
I don't agree with piling a whole bunch of stuff onto the arena project. It's an arena, and by piling all these other projects on, the price becomes prohibitive and becomes a target for people who don't want to spend money. So that's what happened last time. It's all these big items tacked on top of the arena. So I think that's a bad idea.
Okay,
I agree.
Certainly, it is a challenge when you make things more complex like that. And I guess the question I had was just relating it out to 2036, whether or not that was an advantage or a detraction. You know, how accurate will our population prediction be out to 2036?
I guess when we realized that the 2036 was the lease date, the discussion kind of veered off into saying in let's say 14 years time, will some planning have had to be done about the childcare center and the size of it basically, and potentially relationship with the school board, as Sonia says. And so I think that the discussion here is by, let's say, 2025, will growth have required you to pay attention to what's there, and it may be that, you know, within 5 years time, what you've got, I have no idea what the capacity is, but may well be to say, you know what, we think we're probably good for 5 years, and this can be in the next strategic plan to look at how we expand and where, and et cetera.
So maybe getting back to the mayor's feedback with respect to, you know, a municipal complex versus an arena, would it be sufficient to plan for potential space or potential expansion in the area of the arena as opposed to calling it a full-blown municipal complex? Would that wording make a difference, do you think, Mayor Peabody?
Oh, I'll leave that to the committee, the rec committee. I just think I'm just issuing that caution of what happened last time around, and people can work on that past experience.
Okay, thank you. James?
Yeah, and to Mayor Peabody's point, we're talking about the potential 21 to 25 action plans. These are beyond that right now. So I think for an action plan right now, I don't even think this is in need of discussion at this point.
Okay.
Or as early years, and then just my point.
Okay, so if anyone had difficulty hearing James, I believe he indicated that we're talking about years 21 through to 2025 at this point. So folks on those years would be a little bit more beneficial for our discussion right now. Thank you. So can we move forward, Bill?
See Mark's hand. Did you have a comment about that, Mark?
Just want, through you, Deputy Mayor Gierzak, just wanted to provide some clarification. The current grant that we're applying for, if we are successful and council does wish to move forward, we would be talking 2024 and completing in early 2026.
Okay, thank you.
I guess my point then, sorry, Mark, my point was more on the action item we're talking about for the daycare. Separate from recreation. I understand our grant process, but on the point of daycare, adding a daycare to that facility, I don't think that's something that was even in the discussion
Okay.
initially.
Can I put out for them the suggestion to say that the item number 1 there says plan for the expansion relocation of the childcare center, we eliminate from this plan. We'll make a semi-final statement to say we won't need that within the next 4 or 5 years to be in there.
I don't believe so, unless Mark, in your application there was any talk of that, but I don't think there's any discussion of adding a daycare to our arena that's in the East Ridge Park.
No, that was not being included at this time. I think the discussion to date was favoring keeping daycare associated with the school environment.
Okay.
Okay, and then the second one there, you know, Sonia makes the good point that the discussion really wasn't about, I mean, it got added onto the new rec complex, but if I understood properly, Sonia, that there is now not space for early years to operate in Walkerton, or did I misunderstand that?
I think we can maybe clarify that with Mark. You know, I know it hasn't operated maybe since COVID, but prior to that, I understood there was space. Maybe Mark could enlighten more.
Yes, it's only been because of COVID.
Yeah.
So we plan to return upon the pandemic winding down.
So we can take that out of there as well and assume there's some opportunity to revert to pre-COVID form, and that's what, is it Cindy? I think was looking for, yeah, okay, good. Okay,
Okay,
everybody
thank you.
okay with those two blue ones go?
Yes.
All right. Now I did have yellow on using childcare promoting childcare as a competitive advantage. Is there any comment that you wanted to make about doing that? Okay, should we leave that in then as an item to go in
Yes.
the brochures and what have you? Okay.
Do we really need to promote it? The people are coming anyway in droves.
Yeah, that's
And we have limited space, so I don't know if we should be promoting it and then disappointing them.
I guess it becomes part of a well-rounded community with our hospital facilities and childcare. So it would just be, outlining the services that are available in the community.
Yeah, I
Maybe it
think,
doesn't need to be a separate action item, is perhaps what Kim was saying.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. Yeah. It's obviously is a competitive advantage because there's a lot of places that don't have one. And if I remember, the survey is quite strongly supported by the public as well, but it's not much of an action anyway, right? It's a line in a brochure. Good. Okay. Now, the next one that I had was the one about the playground equipment. Was the issue there simply about removal? Let's say renewal or replacement rather than removal? Or were there other issues? Okay, we'll put it this way. Would anybody have a problem if we said renewal instead of renewal instead of removal? Say that twice fast.
okay. I see no objections at this point. If there are any, please speak up. I can't see everyone's hands, so.
My only suggestion would be with this one is this will be what the master recreation planning process looks at. And so I think the guidance will come from there on the playground needs and in relation to what we look at for subdivisions. So I'm just wondering if the wording is.
Some of this in this case and in some others is almost like terms of reference for the master recreation and parks plan. So part of the terms of reference would be look at this. Yeah, well said.
And Mark, did you have further comment?
Yeah, just want to note from a staff perspective, it would be renewal or upgrade to meet best practices or standards, which is typically achieving the highest level of accessibility. And only if we had a new park development that required a park and it was a certain size or class of park that it was recommended to have playground equipment, that would be the only new installations we would be looking at. So we have an inventory of playgrounds, some of them all of varying ages. So just naturally through time, some of them, there is interest to upgrade some of them going forward by various communities and committees.
Okay, thank you. Bill, can we move forward?
Yep. So we had the item about supporting being part of a discussion about some forms of public transportation. If I remember correctly, there was a variety of views in the polling about that. Any comments about it has the disadvantage of being very not specific, and so perhaps it should be more like some verb like, discuss or
continue discussions with the counties.
Can't we just leave it up to the county? It really should be their concern.
Could you scroll to the wording on that, Bill?
Yeah, so this is number VI, does everybody have on this on their screen there? Says be prepared to consider how the municipality could assist local organizations, the county, local employers. We've heard about this from local employers for sure. I'm losing it again now.
Back up a bit at the bottom of the,
There we
right
go.
there.
There we
Right
go.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank
Some
you.
form or forms of public transportation. Again, wait. It has a disadvantage of not knowing exactly what would end up, but it would essentially be a commitment to be involved in discussions.
Just to respond to Kim's point, I think municipalities involved already because we're part of SMART, which is Saugeen Mobile, which, you know, is specialized transit.
It is
But
special.
but it is, yeah, it is special, but it is also, you know, lower tier municipally driven at this point in time. So there are discussions potentially ongoing with both counties. But I think it's not my idea to have it in here, but I certainly think from the lower tier municipality point of view, we are involved with SMART. That there's shown to be a need for transportation services in our area. So I think that's why it's still in the Brockton plan, because we will be involved at some point in time.
And all this bullet says is that we should be prepared to consider how the municipality could assist other organizations. So I don't know.
Which is fair. It's not like we're spearheading it.
Exactly.
And you know, if I may, Kim, we heard that from a couple of different groups that we met with to say you know, the local municipality is not a big enough jurisdiction, frankly, to get people to and from where they want to go to and from.
Exactly.
But there who knows how you could assist. I guess that's the, yeah. Okay, so if that wording is okay, we can leave that one.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Next then, we had the physician recruitment. Okay, so number one there was basically continue physician recruitment and making people aware of the incentives, that maybe making physicians aware of the incentives that were there, as well as the quality of life that you have to offer.
This is definitely something we have to continue. We still have some older doctors that will be retiring. And the way our community is growing, we're going to require more doctors. So it's not something we can stop working on.
And number one on the public concerns about growth, if I remember correctly.
Okay. Further comment? Everyone support? James, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I certainly support everything Kim said. I think we got to continue this. Absolutely. Just based on our growth.
Okay, high priority.
I have to, Deputy Mayor, I have to step away. I have a meeting at 12:30, but I will reconvene following lunch.
What time do you anticipate being able to join us again?
After your lunch, I'll be back home hopefully by shortly after 1.
Shortly after 1. Thanks, James.
Okay, we'll see you then.
I know. Okay, so we've.
Okay, the one about long-term care beds, there was some discussion requested about that one. Advocating with the county and the county with the province for more long-term care beds in Brockton. Was there concern about that, or was there anything about the wording that it's an advocacy? It's not your responsibility, obviously, but it's an advocacy thing.
I think it's still important. We have an aging community. We're going to need more beds. There's always a waiting list.
Yeah, it's a high priority, and continue doing what we've been doing, and if we can do more to support hospice and other long-term care beds within the municipality. As Kim indicated, we have this aging population, but we also have a new population coming in as well. So we have to be able to accommodate services for both.
Okay, everybody okay? And then we leave those three then under healthy population. We're all right? I'm wondering, the next is about safe community, and the one about that we wanted to talk about was the OPP. I'm wondering if we shouldn't leave that until after. I'm wondering if that might not be a longer than 5-minute discussion, so perhaps we should leave that until after lunch.
Okay.
Yeah. Was that okay? So can we say 1 o'clock?
Counselor Elphick has his hand up. Maybe
Well-
he's only here for a short time.
Yes.
And thank you. And if I can just address one point, because I'm not sure I'll be able to be back right at 1. I just wanted to note the timeline. It says plan for the 2023 expiry. The expiry actually is June 30th of 2022. So I just thought that would be important to have accurate in the discussion.
2022, you're saying?
June 30th of 2022 is the
Okay.
natural expiry of our
Yeah,
servicing
good.
agreement.
Thank you. Yeah, good.
And Tim, if we wanted to move away from that contract, do we have to give them 6 months notice, a year's notice?
I believe it's 3 months, but I have it right in front of me, so just give me a second.
So again, the further away from that June 30th, 2022, the more significant that date would be.
Yeah, it becomes an immediate consideration.
Perhaps,
Sorry. So it actually states that either party to this agreement may terminate the agreement upon 1 year's notice, and I suppose that means to be during an active period of time. It doesn't speak to necessarily when notice of termination is required at the natural expiry date. It seems to only contemplate if we were to end it during the active period.
okay. So theoretically, we could let it go until June the 30th, I believe. But anyway,
Okay, good.
let's move forward.
Thank you. Yeah. All right, so is that, is 1 o'clock a reasonable time to reconvene?
Okay.
Okay.
I believe so. And the Mayor Peabody, you have a comment?
Oh, I had my hand up a while ago about the long-term care.
Okay,
We'll
if
just
you'd
move
like.
on. No.
Oh,
I already
okay,
said it.
fine, thank you. Sorry, I didn't see your hand up there.
No, it's okay, no problem.
Okay. Bill, please continue.
All right, so I was going to suggest we break then for, I think I've heard that under healthy population, those 3 are still fine for this round, if you like. And then the next item is about the expiry of the peak contract. And I maybe I can just ask, is there much discussion to be had about that? Basically, the proposal as it now stands would be to plan for the expiry of the contract and then engaging residents in perceptions of what kind of level of service they want and are willing to pay for, but also be prepared to discuss with adjacent municipalities the potential for joint contracting for police service, whether that be joint OPP or joint anything else for that matter.
So again, it's my understanding we're going to leave that discussion until after lunch.
I'd recommend that, yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you. And understand that Councillor Elphick may be a little bit late joining us, but his input will be required. So look forward to you joining us. So at this point, a motion that
Can
we, yes?
Just a quick, how long do we plan on going today? Because
I was anticipating if I made a hard stop at 2:30.
Okay, thank you.
I think we'll have all done yeoman service by that time on Zoom.
Certainly. So we do have a motion that the Council of the Municipality of Brockton hereby recess for lunch at 12:30 to reconvene at 1 p.m. Someone would like to make that motion? Made by Mayor Peabody, seconded by Councillor Hutchin. All those in favor? Thank you. And as Bill indicated, it's already been yeoman service to council and staff to sit through a Zoom meeting for 2.5, 3 hours already. So thank you, and do look forward to seeing you in 30 minutes. Remind you to go mute and stop your video. Thanks, Bill. return to open session at 1:07 PM. Somebody like to make that motion? Motion made by Kim, seconded by James. All those in favor? Thank you. That motion carries, and we can proceed from there, Bill.
Okay, thank you. We were just going to finish off the discussion about the possible action on policing. And then we're going to go to the slide that Kelly has up on the screen now. So let's just leave that one up. That's fine. I don't know if I can scroll down, but anyway, we know the one we're talking about. We're talking about the one about the OPP right there. Yeah. It was actually not one of those where there was as much diversity of opinion, but we've got talking about it. And I know there was some. So is there anything that anybody can identify any issues that anybody has with the way that's now worded or what it purports to have us doing?
Okay, Councillor Elphick pointed out some timing issues with
Yeah.
respect to that item. So any further comment from Councillor Elphick or others?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Gierzak, I'll just advise that over the break, I did review the contract. And because there are no sort of automatic renewal periods or anything like that, I think that 1-year termination was if you were intending to terminate the contract within that term, not necessarily as required before the natural expiration date that's listed. So
Okay.
I can't confirm that that does appear to be the case in terms of timing for that contract.
Okay, very important wording. Thanks for checking on that over your lunch break. Very much appreciated. So
then the remaining bullet points are all okay as I feel like a plan of attack to prepare for the June 2022.
Councillor Elphick.
So I really don't have a concern necessarily with the bullet points that are there, but just again to remind council about our current contract that we have and how we are paying the highest rate for policing in the province of Ontario, and also how our ability to have influence over the service delivery is fundamentally going to be changing, as we heard in our discussions actually earlier today. So we will have to explore how we're going to balance resident and ratepayer needs in ensuring that we're able to have some influence in the service that's being provided, at the same time ensuring that we're providing the best possible service in a cost-effective manner. So I'm not sure. I think certainly maybe be prepared to discuss, but also we do need to be proactive in that regard, knowing that we will have to address our current servicing agreement within 1 year, and the lead time is significant. So if we are serious, I would say, in looking at other joint municipal police service policing, that discussion may need to be brought before council well before we finalize this plan to actually be serious about acting on that, or at least have the necessary information to make a decision in regards to this bullet point.
Okay, thank you. That's a very important point. So maybe this should say something less passive and a little more active to say, convene discussions with adjacent municipalities, ... Is that, I understand that that's the stance you'd like to take, to say, we got to get together with these people and see what, if anything, comes out of it.
With some timelines, I think, is what Councillor Elphick is suggesting as well. We
Okay.
really need those timelines. One thing that I didn't see included in this action plan was any reference to perhaps lobbying the provincial government. We seem to have a very limited capacity to alter these contracts. And I wonder if it merits any consideration connecting with the provincial government to provide some feedback, get some feedback from them as to how we might discuss these issues and negotiate these contracts.
And as you know, I suspect that AMO or Roma, some of these organizations are very much on the same path. It's a fly in a lot of ointments.
We do have our zone meetings as well as a police services board. Now, again, I don't know how that will look in the future, given some of the restructuring that's going to take place. But certainly I agree wholeheartedly with Deputy Mayor Gierzak in that our ability as a municipality to have a voice in those discussions is increasingly becoming minimized. And it will continue even to a greater extent as we move forward with the enactment of the legislation that's forthcoming.
Okay, so would everybody okay then if I added a bullet point which says something like advocate with provincial government for lower police costs, or some phrase like that? Okay.
Okay, thank you. So if we can move forward, Bill?
Yeah, okay. Thank you again, Callie, for this. So we're concentrating on the yellows here. And so the first yellow is the one which talks about scanning. Yeah, there we go. A program to scan and save the written documents. What concerns did anyone have about that, or information that from staff you'd like to bring forward to deal with that? I think that the thought from staff there was that a lot of storage might be, because paper is so destructible, a lot of storage issues could be alleviated if in fact it was in the cloud or wherever one stores these days.
Thoughts from council?
Say
Councilor?
that it should be done through a summer student program, not staff time.
And with respect to that summer student, Kim, is that something that we should count on as every summer, or summers for
I
the
believe
foreseeable
Heritage
future?
does go for it every summer. They usually get a university student.
Okay, so recognizing that within a longer term strategic plan might be important.
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor Gierzak. The Heritage Committee has hired a summer student traditionally, not the past 2 years, because the time of that student is generally split between the collection in the fire hall and the archive room in the library. And I think one of the considerations in terms of having a summer student is making sure that we have adequate supervision and an adequate workspace to make sure that that employee is safe and being supervised. So that has been a bit of a challenge. And I think moving forward with that summer student should be done in partnership with finding a permanent solution for the archives and the heritage collection to make sure that we have an appropriate location for them to work, and somewhere where they're actually going to be able to have communication with a supervisor to make some headway. So that's just some comments about the feasibility of the summer student and some of the concerns with it that you may want to keep in mind from a timing perspective and when we think that action item might be accomplished.
Well, I've always been an advocate of having the archives as part of the new municipal office, so that would cover that problem. So should we introduce that statement into this as well? Consider housing the archives at a new municipal office?
I think we do have some, I believe there's some action items with respect to that item about the archival storage. I'm not sure if we've gotten there yet or not.
Yeah, it's the one just before, you're right, Fiona, it's the one just before this.
Okay, I don't want to interrupt our flow or confuse anything in any way, but so I just pointed out that the timing may want to be, we might want to find that permanent solution for the storage and then go back to having that summer student so that we can make sure that we're providing really an appropriate employment situation.
So can I suggest then that if that's the sense of the group, that we maybe take that out now then, as being that it's down the road some little piece, I would assume then, before that makes practical sense. Is that
well, I think this summer is obviously not going to happen anyway. So really the summer student isn't going to be until next summer anyway. So we've already kind of got a year built into that by virtue of the fact that it is only a summer student. But I guess it depends if we wanted to have the archive storage happen in the next year, then maybe next summer we can proceed with that application. But if we think that the the storage of those items is going to take longer than that, then we may want to say, okay, let's push that back for, into year 2, year 3 of this action plan.
Okay. Was I hearing that it needed a new municipal office to be practical?
I think there could be discussion about that. The new municipal office is certainly an option. Some rehabilitation or rethinking of the library space may be another option. And there could be options I certainly haven't thought of yet either. So
It certainly seems longer term than the next 12 months. It's more 24 months and further.
In this case, we're talking about a summer student sitting someplace and scanning and filing documents. So are we saying that within the next several years, that's not going to be possible to have a summer student doing that?
I think it's what Fiona's saying is it's maybe tied into the location of where we're going to put the archive. So maybe they need to be tied together would be appropriate within the plan.
that's right. And I don't want to suggest like we couldn't make use of a summer student or a student of any kind at any time. We always have documents that need to be filed, and records management is always a challenge. But to have a summer student that is dedicated to scanning the archives specifically, that you must have a place for the archives for them to start scanning it, right? They're not really able to take part of the archives, come back to the municipal office, scan it, and go back and forth. So you've got to have the two work in conjunction with one another to actually make that a feasible proposal.
Okay. So what I'm hearing then is maybe we just take this out. It's not going to be feasible in the next several years.
I think it won't be feasible. Yeah, I think at least a few years until we've got the plan for the archives, and then we can make sure we've got a location to get that person going.
Okay. Okay, take that scanning archives out of there. Okay.
Okay.
Don't see any. All right.
Sorry, I just got back from lunch and a long lineup. I just caught the tail end of that conversation. I'd be reluctant to take it out because what we are finding is people are borrowing stuff from the archives paperwork and it's not coming back, or there's always a danger that the one item can be lost or damaged. So I know at the last Heritage meeting, there was some concern that the sooner we start getting some of the stuff archived, so we can send out digital copies, or digital copies available, as opposed to lending out the original document, is of concern to the Heritage Committee. I heard a little bit of what Fiona was saying. And again, we've always had the student, we've been fortunate enough to get a student, and they have been doing some scanning and digitalizing over the years. So again, like to have somebody do it on a full-time basis, no, but to keep forward, I'd hate to see it fall off, just because if you're holding your hat on to not doing it till we get a new municipal complex, I mean, this minute will be archived as a historical artifact by then.
Okay. So we do need sounds like we do need some consideration to continue moving this forward every summer in some fashion, even without the permanent facility.
Okay, good.
Hearing no objection, let's move forward with that.
All right, thank you.
So sorry, Deputy Mayor, I did have my hand up. I'm not sure if
Yes, you did. Thank you. Thank you, Tim. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask, maybe one thing to consider as well is Heritage grants to scan the archives. And I know there's other vendors that could do that. I appreciate the work of summer students as well, but I just think that the initial magnitude that we really could make a considerable step forward if we were to explore using grant dollars to bring in a third party that comes right on site. They use all their own systems and they simply take our physical documents and digitize them. just to allow us then to start addressing some of the concerns by the Heritage Committee, and also maybe to look at then different how we organize them. And certainly if they're digitized, we don't need to store them in the same way that we might be right now, so that they're physically accessible.
Any comments with respect to that, Councillor Lifeso?
That sounds like a great idea. So I mean, if you want to add into the strategic plan, grant opportunities for digitalization
Okay.
or third party.
Pursue grant
whether it's a grant or not.
opportunities to pursue grant opportunities for third-party digitization of heritage documents, something along
Yeah.
those lines.
That's
And
good.
certainly the student can help us with the ongoing and recurring, but certainly the bulk of the inventory right now is going to be quite a monumental task.
Yes, and through you, Deputy Mayor Gierzak, I think that would really resolve some of the like practical challenges that we've got, because, you know, one of the reasons it has been slow progress is because, you know, that student is left with sort of a desktop scanner doing a document at a time, or trying to take stuff down and then scan it in the firewall. So there is some practical challenges that have made it very slow going. And I think that that's an excellent suggestion, because if you could get the main bulk scanned, then, you know, that ongoing, as you get something new coming into the collection being added in, wouldn't be quite as onerous. So I think that's an excellent suggestion.
Okay, thank you for that feedback, Tim and Fiona and Dean. So Bill, please move forward.
I see James' hand if.
Oh, yeah, I didn't see James's hand, but James, please go ahead.
Sorry about that. Yeah, just one last comment. I know we're going to get into the long term, and there's a lot of moving parts with all of this too. But if we're successful with the grant application for a new facility, then when we get to the point where we're talking about planning for the long-term use of our current arena, maybe that would be an option, because it's looking for the priority of heritage right now before any of this can take place. If you want to correct me if I'm wrong, is we need a spot for all of this to go so that we can efficiently do this, and would assist in our grant process if we were to digitize the archives. So just maybe that can be a point later on, maybe not on this one, but when we get to the usage of the long term of our current arena facility, that maybe we can create a space there if successful with our grant of a new complex.
Okay, thanks, James.
Thanks, Dan.
Bill.
Okay, right. So the next one that was slated for discussion here was the one about, we've talked about child care center and so on. So where am I now?
The booklet and the
Developing a booklet
video.
for Brockton's history and heritage.
Okay, yeah. That booklet for, well, develop a booklet on Brockton's history and heritage to be distributed to new residents and videos telling the story from Brockton's history. What's about that one?
So again, in the world of high priorities, low priorities, and anyway, looks like Councillor Elphick is ready to comment.
My comment is only that I believe the topic before this and this one are connected, because I think the sooner we digitize our material, the sooner we can make it accessible to all of our residents and those beyond, those in our municipality, and we can provide, you know, access to that. And I think developing a book is going to take a lot of time and resources and editorial details. And I think that if we can get this information available, there'll be more opportunities for us to share and storytell and comment. And there's a number of groups on social media already that have been posting some content, and it's very interesting to read that and follow. And I think that if we're able to digitize, share our information, that local residents can, you know, chime in and speak about it as well.
I agree, Tim, and I think it's just most important to have it on our website. I don't know about printing a booklet.
And that's probably a consideration for everything we do, marketing and promotion wise, is social media versus booklets and print media. So
And certainly if we had, like, you know, history.brockton.ca or something like that, a dedicated portal page where people can jump to and find this material and make it easily accessible, I think we've accomplished this goal by virtue of doing our initial point of digitizing.
okay. Fiona.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Gierzak. Again, I just have a little point about timing. We have already created a visual story map of the historic walking tours and driving tours. So that has a number of comments about the properties, their heritage, etc. And that was presented to the Heritage Committee at their last meeting, just to ask them to double check all the content and make sure that we're as accurate as possible. But that will be launched in the very near future. So we will probably have video telling stories from Brockton histories. We'll have some digitization that will be going on the website in a much more interactive form, within the next 3 months, probably.
Can I make the suggestion then that Fiona, I can get the wording from you, but definitely include it as, it's an easy win, it's already done.
It's an easy win. That's
I like
exactly
it.
it. That it's
Love
almost,
those.
we're almost to the point of having that launched already. But it's great to keep this in because then we can build on that momentum and add to that. But just a note on timing that maybe that's one to do as an early quick win, and then build on it over time. It's nearly ready.
Tim?
I see Councillor Lyso with that.
Councillor Lifeso, I've already spoken to this, so Councillor Lifeso can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lifeso.
I was just actually going to agree with pretty much everybody. I really don't see a need for a booklet at this point in time. I know the Heritage Committee is working on some stuff and there may be other booklets. To tell Brockton history, I don't think you could do proper justice by a booklet anyhow. And you would certainly have some people annoyed that they or their communities were not included and other people were. The other part of it, I'm going to bring this up when we talk about new residents. I have a problem with that because I'm not sure. I think it's a good idea to make new residents feel welcome, but to give them a booklet or something, I don't know how we're going to find out who new residents are, because many of them will be tenants. And the second part is, I don't know if a new resident is somebody moving from West Gray to Brockton, or if they're thinking somebody from GTA to Brockton. So anyhow, I have some issues with that, but I would certainly, I don't think this one is a major priority, other than what a booklet itself. I think what Fiona has talked about as a priority is in progress.
Would it be okay then if I got from Fiona the wording of what is actually in process and put that in there, and that's we've
Yes.
captured the thought?
Yes, it's actually, I think, in conjunction with Bruce County as well. Other than the fact they forgot Elmwood included Vesta. But, yeah.
Yes, I'd be happy to come up with some language there to describe it accurately, Bill, offline. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right. So the next one was bring back the Watershed Festival or a similar riverfront event. And you know what I'm wondering about this one, to be honest with you, is there was a couple of others in there too. Is it maybe too specific for the purpose? And there's something back in here which talks about encouraging the revival of events and so on, whether that's riverfront or Waterfest. That it could be. I wonder if that couldn't be determined in some more general wording about encouraging more events. Is what we're actually after there. Just a thought.
Okay, so thoughts about encouraging more events rather than just Watershed Festival. Kim, go ahead.
I was going to say, I'd like to know who would spearhead a watershed festival. You need a professional company to do that. It wouldn't be something our staff could do.
Is this heritage or tourism?
Well, yeah, it is more tourism, isn't it?
And that's where I think throughout the plan, there is probably a couple references to supporting events and seeking municipal assistance to seeking grants. Well, I guess that's here. I'm kind of on the page of Bill's suggestion about taking this specific one out, but obviously it's up to council.
Okay. So further thoughts?
I see Dino in my screen here.
One of the problems with the split screen is you don't see everybody.
Yeah, that's right.
I've noticed. I see 4 people and no, 1, 2, 6 people, and I don't see everybody. Going back to the previous comment, it's not heritage, but it's cultural. Would be my opinion, that this is all cultural, lifestyle, quality of life issues. But I hardly agree. I think it's too specific. I think I had rated it fairly low. great idea. But again, the reality is, I think it should be more general, just helping to promote these activities as opposed to the staff or the municipality actually doing it. I think we're more in a position of facilitating, assisting, providing, whatever help we can to groups that want to do it.
Okay,
Okay,
all right, good. And so that might in fact do for the one above it as well, the Durham Street Park. I don't know what all went on in there, but just the notion of promoting events that are initiated by, for the most part, others, I would assume, unless we're getting to that point, as Sonia said, we're getting to the point about, where are the resources going to come from to get this stuff done? So we'll hold that thought. Okay, what's next? Okay, so next is actually where the resources are going to come from to to get this stuff done, and that's the notion of studying and presuming if it looks feasible, making a decision to get staff time to do that, additional staff time. So that was an orange. Orange means that it had, on balance, unfavorable rather than favorable. But there was a variety of opinions. So we thoughts about that. As Sonia said, I think it makes quite a difference as to whether or not maybe a couple of these things we've already talked about, either how they're worded or whether they get done at all.
so again, we've got, our community development coordinator who promotes a lot of things related to economic development. This particular section is focused on heritage and culture. So I think this bullet is referring to specific staff resources dedicated to, not dedicated to, but with some responsibility for promoting heritage and culture. So council thoughts on those items? Dean?
I think I can't remember how I selected this one either. I think the con side is just the concern about increased costs with another staff person. Where they would fit on the grid, the cost of the staff person. So I think that's the con side, that it looks like we're becoming, I think the concern is always how much staff do you have and the potential cost. At the same time, from my point of view, being involved with a couple of volunteer groups, we really do need somebody to provide assistance and guidance. And with the Elm Community Center Board, we're lucky in that we've got Mark from Brockton and Cody from West Gray that are there. But again, I'm not sure how, and we're really grateful we've got Mark. He's been a wonderful resource. Not sure how cost effective it is using somebody like Mark as the person that has to show up and assist us, when it could, in theory, be somebody lower in the grid. So I think you have to look at that. It's great to say that a manager can do this, but is an effective use of their time. And the reality is we're also finding there's a lot of volunteer burnout. Volunteers have wonderful ideas. Some of them carry through on it. And others tend to say, here's the idea, but they don't have the staff resources to carry out what actually needs to be done. So it's, and I realize, I think one of the cons was it's rather a nebulous position. What do they do? But certainly any assistance that volunteers can get from a staff person, I think is something that we should strive for. The other advantage to have at least a staff person involved is there's feedback to the other staff in the municipality. One of the other concerns with volunteer organizations, they have these wonderful ideas that go off in a different direction than anybody anticipated. And it's nice to know ahead of time, A, what they're thinking, and B, to say, well, that's a wonderful idea, but it's not workable.
I heard also from a couple of meetings, this notion of a go-to person in the municipal office that could then, feel like coordinate with everybody else and present the lay of the land, if you like, about how to do things and so on.
So again, this bullet talks about this bullet talks about determining projected costs of staffing, terms of reference, et cetera. So it's not necessarily committing to doing it, it's to identify some of the costs. Was Paulette trying to make a comment or somebody else?
No, it was Kim
No, it's okay.
saying that Paulette might fall into that position.
I through you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor Gierzak, if that's, I think through the focus groups, the intent behind this was and the surveys, we heard a lot of support for supporting our volunteer, like our service clubs and groups that want to hold events. And that is going to take on a role as we see volunteers, just can't commit the time that they used to, going to take on a more involved focus. And, Paulette's position is already running in various directions. And I'm not sure how we could, to take that, whether council wants that active involvement in the future to ensure that those types of events continue to be successful and continue to thrive in the community. Is that a focus we want to look at? And, there may be grant opportunities for that, to have the province is really focusing on culture and heritage as well. So that's an aspect we could look at as a short-term potential solution that maybe grow into something more. But, I hear the concerns with added staffing for this particular item, but it just depends how much value we put in those events that are part of our heritage and culture of Brockton.
So you mentioned grants, so that could be an opportunity to apply for grants and potentially have somebody on contract or part-time person, as opposed to making a full commitment to full-time staff.
Potentially, Dan, yes.
There's somewhere later here, and I should know this off by heart. I'm sure it's under tourism or someplace under economic development. Well, anyway, it's about COVID. That's right. And there was the notion of a temporary, essentially a temporary, year or whatever it might be post-COVID effort to say get things going, to revive. And as Sonia says, in that sense, I would imagine that you'd have just an argument to make for grants, because there's going to be a lot of effort, I would think, in federal and provincial money for revival, if that's the recovery revival kinds of initiatives. Yeah. So it's a similar thought, but temporary instead of permanent.
So Bill, I'm glad you brought that up, because that, if it's post-COVID promotion of arts, culture, heritage items, it could potentially give us some funding in a year to gain some experience to see, does this make sense to continue on an ongoing basis, or now that we're a year past COVID, we can move on to other things.
Yeah, I mean, if it's September 2022, then there's different thoughts that arise, but right now, everybody's basically thinking about the same sort of thing. How do we get stuff back up and running? And in tourism, events equals tourism equals, volunteer organizations, and all of this is kind of, and it's just I just mentioned as a possibility. It could be tied together as a temporary thing rather than, if you like, a full-time thing. A lot of the same. In the staff report, if I can put it that way, on Sonia's behalf, would have to deal with some of the same issues, obviously, present to council, but it's a different framework.
So is council and staff comfortable with the wording we have here to move forward? See thumbs up from Kim. No objections from others. So let's move forward, Bill.
Okay. All right, and the next one was, okay, we're now into the land use planning and environment one. And that was about the use of, big priority to consider the use of municipal surplus lands as incentive to developers in return for the construction of rental units. So using land as a bargaining chip, if you like. I know when we talked to the staff about this, nobody was really aware of much that was available aside from, the land in the vicinity of the East Ridge Business Park. But so that was the one comment that was made. And otherwise, I know it was when we did the survey, it was one of those, because we had, if you remember, a number of possible ways to encourage more affordable housing and more rental housing. This was one of those that seemed to find favor with the public by comparison with some others. So that's why it's there. But
Okay.
thoughts, there was some variety of opinions about it.
Thoughts, ideas, council? Kim?
Did you say me?
Yes, you went off mute. I thought you
Yeah.
were-
I'm just wondering if we could put something when planning new subdivisions, that we ensure there's a good mix of types of housing within a new plan.
Yeah, and if I may, that was one we didn't need to discuss. That was one of the item number one under the planning was through the ongoing Bruce County official plan review, support policies pertaining to Brockton that require a certain percentage of units in a new subdivision to be semi-detached and townhouses. So that, I think that gets at the same,
So
same-
it's covered.
same thing, yeah. Well, I think there was a number of those, including things like granny cottages and so on. A minimum standard, what was it? Encourage pre-built auxiliary units in new homes. There were a number of those that would seem to be find general favor that would be part of the official plan review.
So, do we require further discussion of these items? I mean, as you indicated, Bill, there's a lot of things that we've already agreed to in terms of moving forward. Some of these points of discussion would require pretty extensive strategic planning, I would think. But
Yeah, and through you, Mayor Peabody, or through you, Deputy Mayor Gierzak, sorry. I would just comment, attempt to recruit developers with senior-oriented housing. We are experiencing a real boom, and developers are doing this on their own. We have a lot, if everything comes to fruition, senior housing in order. The public-private partnership project, there was definite interest in that from our manufacturing community as a potential, solution to ensuring a labor force. Again, we had varying views on that from the manufacturing group to when we spoke with the, say, real estate development group, because it was seen as competition to what they're trying to bring to the community. So there are some cautions around that. I know some communities are doing it, and but that's just some thoughts around that. And then the use of municipal surplus lands, again, we don't have a lot, but depending what happened with the community center, whether that could be, repurposed in some form of housing, or whether we could even look downtown at some type of arrangement to encourage commercial units and, with older buildings, it is maybe something we'd want to look at in the future if we needed to clean up some areas in the downtown. So there's a variety of things we can do. It's just, again, where we focus our biggest return and look at our biggest needs.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I agree with Sonia about the seniors housing. We have loads, and it doesn't seem to be that we're looking for more. It's just, it's naturally coming.
so do we need to say anything about being prepared to work with those developers that are building seniors housing or specific housing?
No more than we already are, I think. I mean, I think that's an ongoing process. And I agree with what both Kim and Sonia have said. I mean, the people that are developing the seniors housing, they seem to be doing it on their own. If they know there's a demand. Now, if you're asking for inexpensive senior housing, that's a different story. But there's no question that for senior housing itself, and I'm talking about rental senior housing. There seems to be a lot of supply, or a lot of developers doing it, not only in Walker, but surrounding areas as well. I think Chepstow was talking about one, and obviously Hanover and Chesley. So that's not one I would, like I say, I think it isn't actually coming. I don't think we need to do anything specific. If we're participating in a public-private partnership project, quite frankly, you're probably going to want a special staff member to deal with that. Much as I hate to say it, I think it would actually be an additional staff member, because those projects can be quite labor intensive and detailed, and you would want some supervision. At this point in time, I don't think we're really in a situation to go in a PPP.
I mean, some of these, they blend together into what I would call, a encouragement for the municipality to take up kind of an active role in this rather than a passive role in this affordable housing or an attainable price, adequate rental housing issue. And exact form it takes, I think, is kind of what you're sort of debating here. How exactly do you do that? But the public surveys, and certainly talking to both the farm groups and particularly the manufacturing groups, there was no doubt that they're looking for, not necessarily, not quite sure exactly how, but an active municipal role in that issue. It would seem to be, we spent most of the hour and a half with the manufacturers talking about this, so I guess it's considered to be kind of very top of mind for them. And they said, maybe we need to be part of the group that sits down and figures out how do we solve this thing, which is, considering that they all have other businesses to run, I thought was quite a significant statement.
So is that maybe changing it to, I mean, the way I read this is we're actively participating, either putting money, we're putting resources into it. Is it sort of going back to one of the other strategic plan objectives, where having roundtable meetings with manufacturers and developers? Is what you're talking about more where they want some input into it? They may be able to provide some, I'm not sure whether it's spiritual or financial input into it.
Spiritual.
But
spiritual for sure.
Yeah.
And everybody agrees the county needs to be there because they have, I mean, number one, resources, as Kim says, they've got planners and what have you.
Yeah, and I think
they have the ability to do rent geared to income.
And it may be frustrating for them when we're meeting with a developer to discuss a subdivision plan, and there's public input, but not really that specific type of input, I suppose, or by the time they've already hit the plan. So is it more just, are they talking about just having some sort of facilitated meeting or facilitated input to discuss the housing needs going forward, as opposed to us actually being involved in the project?
The original version of this was, I'm not going to remember this exactly, but it was something like, do a public-private project, and for affordable and variety of housing objectives and so on. And this is sort of after having talked to, as Sonia said, both the development industry people, but also the county and the manufacturing folks. So I suggested sort of, if you like, something more fuzzier wording to say, you're quite right. It really is a matter of saying, let's get some people down at the table and say, we've all got this problem. And so beyond planning, which, as Kim said before, is kind of got that part handled. Beyond planning, what are we going to do, if anything? I think your wording would suggest that we talk about some sort of, convene a roundtable of relevant participants or something like that, and without knowing where it's going to go.
Sonia?
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor Gierzak. You know, I think maybe we combine these 3 type points into becoming an active lead in coordinating affordable housing or investigating affordable housing initiatives that gear to seniors, employment, to support employment in the community, right? Like, I think, you know, I really feel that, you know, Saugeen Shores has had their boom, and we're kind of, you know, on that path to this, and we're about 4 or 5 years behind them, and they're now strictly have this task force and focused on affordable housing. It's become a real problem. So it's to take time, and it's maybe not this year, but it's within this next 5-year period that we are going to have to really look at this.
Okay, so some of those words seemed really good, to become an active lead in investigating affordable housing initiatives geared to rentals, seniors, etc. So
Okay.
I know, sorry,
it's
Dan,
not pre-
if
it's
we
not
could
pre-
just change affordable to attainable, because I think that was one that Rose had brought up at one of the economic developments. Affordable has some connotations where attainable is
Yeah,
Yes.
I agree.
a better buzzword. Sorry.
Okay, so we're taking a lead. We don't know where that goes. We're not presupposing where it's going to lead, but giving the municipality the responsibility to take a lead in this area could be very beneficial.
Convening the right people around the table. And okay, good. We can work with that. I think it will combine. So the suggestion is to combine some of these things together into a phrase like that.
Sounds good.
Okay, good.
Okay, if we can move
All right.
forward.
Yeah. Okay. So what do we got here? Including request for non-binding tenders for green side pickup when you're up. I gather, is it this year? I think it's this year, isn't it, that you're having to call tenders again for curbside pickup of recycling and garbage? What were the concerns about that?
Sonia, have we got a contract expiring?
As far as I understand, yes. I'll refer to Greg on this item.
Greg, are you there? You have some feedback for us? You're muted if you are there.
Shoot, maybe he's on a phone call.
Sorry, he did just leave his office for a second, so he should be back.
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sonia.
Yeah, no, as far as I know, we're looking at this contract this fall, and the proposal here through the environmental consultation group was that the green bin program would be was important, composting, and whether council saw interest in investigating the costs of that as part of that tendering process.
Thoughts, council? It's always nice to reduce carbon, greenhouse gas, methane. Maybe, I hesitate to use names in a public forum, but have we connected with Mr. Fruch and his methane facility generates electricity? Have we talked to him at all about a green bin pickup program that he might be a part of?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Gierzak, I apologize for stepping away. So we haven't spoken to Mr. Fruch directly, but we have been in discussions with, or I have been in discussions with the Chatsworth, Georgian Bluffs biodigester program. We also have a delegation coming to council in July with another organics composting proposal. And we've also been in contact with another group of people who are looking at a methane to hydrogen project potentially within Bruce County. So we have a few irons in the fire, but nothing concrete as of yet.
And it's my understanding that Mr. Fruch has some knowledge about all of those areas, including methane to hydrogen. So, and it's my understanding he's had some discussions with natural gas companies about that topic as well. So if you haven't spoken to him, I would encourage staff to do that.
If I may, he was at one of our feedback sessions, and it was a lot of support for just exactly what you said. Let's, see if these things can come together and make a whole. Whole with a W.
Okay, thank you. So further comments on green bin, curbside. I think Mr. Elphick, Councillor Elphick.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't sure if you were able to see me or not.
I wasn't.
I did have a comment just to be mindful of the transfer to the third-party producers and how that might change the recycling programs that we offer. I know it's been subject to discussion with our landfill communities and committee, and I know that Director Furtney is well informed on that. So I just wasn't sure if that's something to be mindful of as we consider this this topic and this initiative.
I'm sure it is something we need to
That's
deal
actually
with.
number 2 on the list here. I don't know whether it was one of them was not necessarily for discussion, but that's on the list. And yes, it was actually one that we were going to talk about. And what we heard from, I'm forgetting the name of the person, but who was quite close to this, is that there runs a serious risk that in fact, Brockton and Bruce County generally won't pick up as much recycling as they already do under the new provincial rules, which sounded counterintuitive to me, but apparently there's, because of various provincial formulae, that's quite possible. So I think, is that Tim, that's your point, to say better be careful of how this is going to pan out?
Yeah, certainly to be mindful of that, and also just other ancillary programs that we offer, such as styrofoam recycling and that initiative. And we've recently partnered with another group that picks up our styrofoam and just all of our initiatives related to waste management. And just a closing comment, I do need to step away at 2 o'clock for a work meeting, so I'm just going to be falling off the line shortly. But good afternoon to everyone, and talk soon.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you. Okay, so can I add something to number 1 here that we're discussing about the green bin program, to talk about something to do with I don't know, manufacturing opportunities or conversion opportunities, or maybe I'm not getting the right words, but I hear what you're saying.
So if I've interpreted our discussions, especially with Mr. Furtney, it sounds like we need to continue these discussions with respect to green bin pickup, methane production. Need to continue those discussions and expect a report from Mr. Furtney in terms of where those discussions are headed. Don't know if we need further action beyond that, okay, but I'll open that up for further discussion if anyone has some thoughts. So seeing no objections, if we can move forward.
Add some words to that, and good. Okay, the next one was about the monitoring the, no, okay, so I had it. So that wasn't quite the same level of desire for talk, but we did have something about monitoring the proposed provincial program for producer-funded recycling. So we'll add that in. And then there was one about participating actively in the discussions with the county about the waste management review. And that there was desire for some discussion about that. It's not on the list that Kelly's got there now, but was there anything, I think, I'm trying to remember, I don't think there was a lot of disagreement with doing that. Was there anything anybody wants to comment about? Because there has been already some discussion about the pros and cons of having some or all of the waste management responsibilities gravitate to the county, as I understand.
Thoughts? We'll continue to have those discussions with the county. And I believe there was a reference to the Municipal Innovation Council as well, and that was probably given a high level of support, and so it doesn't require further discussion.
Okay, good. All right. So now, next one then, Callie has here that we wanted to discuss was considering municipal pilot projects. Oh, did I miss one? There we go. Municipal pilot projects of an environmental nature. So the examples that were given in one of the feedback groups was permeable surface parking lots, plug-in stations, evolving, obviously not immediately, but over time, the fleet to be an electric fleet, protection of wetlands, and just the notion being that pilot projects could demonstrate to private landowners what can be done and the advantages of doing it.
So is this something that we would like staff to
So
be
mention his
involved
hand.
in, the municipality to be involved in? Or is it something we should be prepared to support municipal groups that want to move forward in these areas? Thoughts? Kim, did you have your hand up?
I was going to say, we already have plugins in our parking lots, but I can't see spending tax dollars to do this. If there were grants available, and it was going to be taken over by a community group, then yes.
Okay. Councillor Lang?
Yeah, I was just going to mention too, just again, on this strategic plan, I don't think,
James, if you can block your mic a
Right.
little.
is that better there? Sorry, the wind
That's
coming
better.
through.
That is much better, yeah.
I'm just saying for the sake of time, I don't know if it's necessary for this strategic plan or if it's something that we should, or the next council should revisit after 2025.
Okay, so it sounds like it's a lower priority for us, okay?
Just one quick comment. I know we had talked at the Elmo Community Center board about the permeable pavers if we're doing new parking lots. And that's something that I think we probably should be looking at right now, is if we are doing any parking lot projects, or say for the soccer fields or somewhere else, is maybe we should be looking at what options are out there and whether or not we put a premium on doing that as opposed as an environmental product versus asphalt. I can certainly see either doing something like that or looking into it. That if we can do it a greener way than we're currently doing it, that would be I would think would be a priority for the municipality.
Yeah, if I may, there was no suggestion that you would be tearing up parking lots and changing the surface, but if you were doing new ones, yeah, quite right.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're not going to tear up a parking lot just for the sake of putting a permeable paver in there. If we're looking at doing new projects or replacing existing ones, then maybe it's getting a little bit off topic, but we're talking about green projects in there. But certainly I think it would be one of our focuses is that if there's a greener way of doing it, it's something that we should be looking at.
So we're looking at practical ways of supporting greener solutions.
Yes, that's a good way of putting it.
Okay. And then examples being permeable parking lots on new projects. And grants available for, because there were significant grants available at one time for electric fleets and so on. Okay, good, thank you. All right, so the next one here, got another 20 minutes in us. Was about continuing to fund the Brockton share of the airport operation. So what comments or questions were there about that? Where is that now?
Something near and dear to my heart, as you know, but please feel comfortable providing feedback as you think appropriate. Kim?
We did discuss previously CAOs perhaps getting together with the two other municipalities to discuss long-term goals for the airport. Somehow we need to ensure that they're mentioned because it is a partnership.
Yeah, so in terms of long-term goals in revising the airport agreement. It is up for renewal. So I think that's probably a positive direction to establish that, those long-term goals are established in agreement with our municipal partners. Further comment? Okay. Seeing none, I will just mention that Georgian Bluffs had a 2-hour meeting last evening as a part of its strategic review of their airport. They currently have a $375,000 a year deficit in the support of their airport. So they have hired an external consultant who also operates their airport to do a bit of a feasibility study, and those decisions will be moving forward throughout, I would think, the summer and fall of this year to, and they have had discussions with Bruce Power, Bruce County, Grey County, in terms of requiring or requesting support, financial support for that airport as a regional airport. But anyway, yes.
Picking up on this, if we're leaving this in, I'm wondering if I couldn't combine 1 and 2, the second one bill that is to support appropriate secondary uses of the airport property, into something like, continue support for the airport and request a long-term plan. Or I'm making this up, but something along those lines. It's because that's something that's sort of what you're suggesting.
Yeah, and something along those lines. Approve, participate in the establishment of a long-term plan for the airport.
Okay. Okay, is everybody some wording like that to put those two things together? Okay.
Okay, seeing no objection, if we can move forward.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the next one was provide public washrooms in the hamlets to facilitate food and beverage businesses in advance. We had a couple of people make the point quite strongly to say that, number one, that the businesses have left the hamlets, and for there to be attractive for future development, they need to have encouraging return, new businesses. And then the issue that we're all familiar with, that you need to have washroom facilities for food and beverage businesses, and it's difficult to add to a septic tank in a relatively small situation, and the cost, startup costs and so on. So this is a suggestion that was really under economic development, because it was with economic development in mind that it came from. Councilor Hutchins here.
Councilor Hutchins, sorry, go ahead, please.
Thanks. I don't think it should be our responsibility. I think it should be the vendor's responsibility. Currently, there's a food truck on the old Dunkeld lot, and they have a porta potty that they supply. And I think it's a requirement for public health, probably. Like we're even having trouble discussing public washrooms in the parkette. And I can see using porta potties there seasonally, rather than building a structure.
Yeah, the suggestion wasn't necessarily a structure, it was just something, yeah, as you're saying.
But I don't think it should be our cost.
Okay, good.
Okay, other thoughts? Seeing none?
Councilor Lifestyle?
Councilor Lifestyle, yes.
We've discussed this at the Elmwood Community Center Board, because we're also responsible for the Lions Park. And again, Mark actually was an excellent addition to the discussion. And historically, we've always put in porta potties at the Lions Park. With COVID, we haven't. And part of the problem is, again, the rules and regulations regarding COVID and the constant disinfection that would be required. So I think it's a good idea, but again, practically, I don't see how we can do it without And I think it's not just for businesses, it's for people that are coming to the parks to enjoy them, etc. But short of having, you know, a full-time or part-time custodian that's looking after it on a daily basis, I don't know how you do it. I know both Cargill and in Elmwood at the arenas, they've got permanent washroom facilities. And actually Chepstow does too, but that's actually not part of ours. But the problem is, again, how do you keep them open? Because unfortunately, there are some people that just don't treat property the way they should. And there's one or two people that spoil it for everybody. When we tried keeping the one in Elmwood open, we went through a whole lot of toilet paper. So I think it's a nice idea, but practically I don't really see any way of us doing anything.
It seemed to be a challenge, so. Okay.
See Sonia?
Yeah, through you,
Sonia,
through you, Deputy Mayor Gierzak. I think this was, you know, more in the context of being able to support a business that's trying to expand but having challenges. And as far as I can understand, there'd be building code concerns with that anyways. So like, you know, if you're having making additional room for commercial space or apartments, you're going to have to provide a washroom in the facility. So I'm challenged by this one myself.
so there is a lot of zoning building code issues related to this item, and trying to do something outside of zoning and existing building codes can be challenging. So can we leave this as a lower priority then? Is that what I'm hearing?
I'm thinking that it probably wouldn't make a second draft if that's.
Yeah.
That's getting good. Okay, thank you. Okay, so now, okay, yeah, this is what I was referring to earlier then, yeah, which is what is that? This is among the COVID recovery things, and it's a similar, more tourist oriented necessarily, but about events and, you know, helping to organize events and helping others to organize events on a temporary basis. And so the orange tells me that there was quite a variety of opinions about this.
Okay, so thoughts? Dean, James, Kim? Yes, Kim.
I think it's a great idea if we get a grant for it. The more we can do to help, the better.
So we have support to pursue grants to pursue this strategic action. Okay, let's go with that and move forward.
Okay, so
If I skip over anything quickly, please, you know, interject. I'm sensitive to the time, but if there's important items we need to discuss further, please let me know. Go ahead.
and are we okay with essentially combining this one somehow or other with the one that was, I think, was left standing in the earlier section about community events? So that's the sense I'm getting is that essentially it's one staff report.
Yeah, I think if you combine some of the wording within those two, we'll have something that perhaps makes the final cut.
And I would also include the new parkette opening. That would be a similar task for that.
As a sample of the kind of events that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I imagine Bruce Power would be involved with that one.
Okay, good. Okay, what else do we have here? The next two were about methods, if you like, still COVID recovery. So methods of, you know, bolstering the primarily retail, I guess, community. So a big event in the park, homecoming, come home to Brockton ads and radio. And if I understand properly, you've already been doing that, ads in Kitchener and London radio. Did I understand that properly?
So what's the value in continuing these activities? Is it something that's required or something that is no longer required based on what's taking place in the community? Thoughts?
I don't know if it's really necessary because quite honestly, they're going to be coming. The BIA has discussed recently advertising in the Guelph area. But being in the hotel business, I'm getting all kinds of bookings for this summer, people from the city. I do support the shop local campaign, but I don't know if we need to be spending dollars on advertising in other cities, big cities.
So at this point, we need to manage the growth we have before we plan on building that growth any further. Is that one way of saying that? Other thoughts? Supportive of Kim's direction?
I'm not, and I think it's somewhere else in here as well. Both radio advertising, print advertising. I mean, to be honest, everybody's looking online. I think you have to increase the social, or I think you have to increase the online presence. You get I don't know who actually reads a book or a pamphlet too much these days. They tend to go online with their phone. They can pick up everything.
So better focus on.
So I mean,
So I'm sorry, Dean, just to summarize, better focus on social media and perhaps an app that is Brockton focused would be a better direction.
yeah, I basically say online presence as opposed to print or radios.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Good.
James?
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. I think people today on their phones are swiping through. If we were to invest that money into a Facebook ad, something that would come up on somebody's feed or Instagram or TikTok, even now, TikTok's taken on a big role too. So things like that, maybe a little more user friendly, and people would get more out of it. I think I agree with Dean and Kim.
Okay, so that is something we could focus on and monitor as time goes on, see what changes in the social media area.
And so does this relate to the one below it, which is the Revive the Come Home to Brockton campaign to invite shoppers and tourists to come to Brockton? Are those two sort of wrapped together to say, let's increase our online presence? The campaign is increase the online presence. Is that what I'm hearing?
So is the Come Home to Brockton campaign, how does that relate to our homecoming campaign? Same thing, different?
Through your deputy mayor Gierzak, that was Come Home to Brockton campaign is when we did our rebranding and developed those videos, and we still have all of the slogans that we use and such in our social media posts. So it's kind of revamping that. But I do think what I'm hearing is let's focus our efforts on our online presence, our app, and social media, and use those to invite shoppers, visitors, residents to look at Brockton.
That's what I'm hearing. Hearing no objection to that, I think we can move forward now.
All right. And then we had, I'm flipping the page to someplace else here. I know we're under the governance section. We had, this is under the inclusive governance thing somewhere, annual welcome new residents picnic. And it was interesting, I forget who mentioned the challenge of identifying new residents. And when we spent some time with the department heads, we did kind of focus on that. It's tough to know, exactly, as somebody said, where they come from, and sometimes by the time the tax rules are changed, they've been there a while, et cetera. So this is some of the stuff about new residents isn't as easily done as said. Any comments about that? The comment of the idea of a picnic. I suppose people can identify themselves and come.
I agree, Bill, that if new residents identify themselves, they would come. And I think perhaps we could incorporate something with our Canada Day event. I know we're not going to have it this year, but ensure that the public is aware that it's an open picnic to include all of our residents and
that-
encourage new residents to come and meet.
James?
Not have a specific, another day is what I'm saying.
Okay, so, and James, you had some feedback?
Yeah, I like the idea of some type of a community picnic, and it could be something that maybe could be rolled into another event, like Dirt Pigs. We used to have the buskers for the kids. Something that we can roll into something that's already planned and kind of piggyback off of. I like the idea, and it can be, I think, Brockton run, but maybe roll it into, like what Kim said, an event that we're already having, that there's lots of people in the community that day or weekend, whatever the case may be.
Okay. And earlier in the day, we spoke a little bit about working with service clubs. And this strikes me as one area that service clubs might like to work with the municipality on. If it was somehow working together to identify those new residents, introduce them to the community and introduce them to service clubs. So they, we let service clubs perhaps bring them into the community a little bit more.
I mean, what time of year is your fair?
The fall fair? Yeah, it's in the fall.
And it's usually cold and rainy.
Yeah, I was gonna say
So
that.
we're not going to pick that one.
I guess it is called the Little Royal Winter Fair. So yeah, cold and rainy for some
The
reason.
little Royal Cold and Rainy Winter Fair.
I think you have to be, again, I think the idea is okay. I'm really leery of the practicalities. I think you're better off just having actually, I'm not sure what I think you're better off having. Because again, we talked about this idea of, yes, there's the Brockton municipality, but there's also different community identities. In the sense, I'm not sure somebody from Glamis is going to head out to Walkerton, or somebody from Elwood necessarily going to Walkerton. So I don't know if you have,
So again, Dean, it might be more appropriate if there was some wording along the lines of municipalities supporting our different communities, community centers in supporting new residents.
yeah, I think the idea is okay, but I look, if you get 5 new people coming into the Marl Lakes, I'm pretty sure they're not necessarily heading to Walkerton.
Yeah.
And somebody at North Brant isn't necessarily heading to Walkerton. And they want to know and I think they want to know what yes, we want to let them know what's available, and we want to let them know what's available in Brockton, period. And just coming for a free hot dog. Right.
You got to have balloons and cake with that hot dog, Dean.
Yeah, and Chapman's ice cream. Actually, I think we should have a local brewery.
Sonia.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Gierzak, I think one of the areas that we did that was kind of behind this item was looking at how we can support diversity in the community, and was this a step towards welcoming new residents to our community. So, I know that the scope would, is a challenge with this. I think that was the original intent behind this item.
So maybe as a strategic item, it needs to be a little bit more focused, akin to a diversity plan, as opposed to a welcoming new residents plan.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I could say it's worth exploring. I don't think it's a must-have, but I would probably put it in the middle. That it's worth exploring and worth discussion. But I would think there are some practicality issues involved.
Yeah. So again, if we can add some words around exploring this opportunity, understanding that not all these things on the list today will make the final cut, but certainly all of them are worthy of discussion, and we'd love to be able to do all things, but to initiate Dean's suggestion of practicality. We can't afford to do everything either, so.
And as you say, this may be a part and parcel of earlier discussions we've had about supporting community organizations in all the communities to do their things and broadcast them and attract people who wouldn't otherwise know about them and stuff. Okay. It's just about 2:30. You folks have been, I'll go as far as to say remarkably patient and constructive. I guess, I mean, Sonia and I could talk about this, but what I'm thinking now is, you know, we've got maybe not quite to the end of the beginning, but we've got to the point where I've got enough notes, and with a little help from my friends, we can probably recast some of this. Some of it we'll leave out, some of it we'll refine the wording. Some will we've seen some things that we want to combine here and do another version and put that back out to you. There's some things we do have the benefit of the color coding that Callie was able to do for us. And so we can probably mark up those that have still are color coded, but still haven't yet been sort of refined or reviewed. And then when you see the next version, you'll be able to say, yeah, that either captures the thinking that went into it today, or, oh, I see we need to, you know, we've said, do we want to have some more discussion about some of these things at some future date? Is that okay to leave it that way? And then we need to do a couple of things beyond that. We need to, as Councillor Life so very singing my tune, so we need to talk about priorities, and at least in the first instance, in the sense of timing, the 3 time periods, and in the sense of conditions and so on, rather than, I mean, some things we're just going to do, and some things we're going to say, well, you know, we could do if or not do unless. And then some things we're going to say, maybe we give it a resource indicator, a 1 to 10 sort of indicator. Wherever we're spending on it now, we'll spend, you know, X amount more, and just ballpark figures, so that the staff can kind of say, well, we didn't hear any willingness to spend any more on this, so we'll have to figure out some other way to see what we can do. Or, yeah, we figure that, you know, this came across as a big priority, and we know that when we do the next budget, capital plans and so on, we're expecting to put that in there and get her done. So we have all that left to do, which is not nothing.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, there's certainly a lot of discussion since early this morning, and some items we may have gone over fairly quickly, considering that you know, I do think all of the items are important to somebody in our community. So if anyone on council feels that we need to discuss any particular item in a little more detail, I would encourage you perhaps to provide that feedback to Sonia and to Bill, in as much as it's a long-term plan. So we don't want to miss anything that's important, and I'm sure we'll do a great job next time when we finalize things, getting down to the final plan. So Sonia.
Yeah, no, I just really want to thank council for their attention and input today. It's we've learned a lot through our focus groups, and we've had some really good input, and so I just appreciate your time.
Thanks, Sonia. So I do have a motion that the Council of the Municipality of Brockton authorize that the following bylaws be read, enacted, signed, sealed, and numbered as followed. Bylaw 2021-094, June 24th, 2021, confirmatory bylaw. Somebody like to make that motion? Made by James, seconded by Dean. All those in favor? Those opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. And finally, that the Council of the Municipality of Brockton does now adjourn at 2:31 to meet again on July the 13th, 2021. Who would like to make that motion? Made by Dean, seconded by Kim. All those in favor? Thank you. That motion carries. And again, thank you, Bill, Sonia, staff, and council. It's been a long day. Lots of important things discussed. So really looking forward to the next refine.